was fun. Oh, let me move this around. Sorry, let's try this again. There we go. Okay, and set up just a bit. Okay, I think we are streaming. I'm just gonna check. Yep. Oh, and I've got volume. Excellent. Okay, so welcome back. This is part 6 of the series where we're making the passenger backpack. Hopefully it will be the last one. I'm hoping to get it done today, but we shall see. So, let's see. Also, oh yeah, I have to remember to say this. If you like this video, please click like and please subscribe. We need subscribers. And if you want notifications when we go live or when we post a video, please turn on the notification bell. So with that out of the way, let's look at what we've got here. Let me turn this down. Okay, here's where we are. I have clipped around the outside of the bottom, and I did that because I knew that was going to be the toughest part. It was going to take the longest. So we're going to turn this around and do the same thing on the top. All we're doing is this is inside out. So we have the outside on the inside, obviously. And we just need to baste the inside to the exterior. So that's what we're doing with these clips right now. And this part is a little easier because it's already sewn together. So we're just going to pull this so it's snug. I'm actually going to trim this down once it's there because we want to make sure that it's all even. Let's tug that away from the seam. And I'm going to flip it over and do these seams now. So these seams aren't sewn together yet, obviously. So we're going to open them up. And if you were with me on the last series when I sewed these together and turned them or sewed this part together, you'll see that I stopped doing the stabilizing stitching a little ways away from the edge, and I did that so that we could open these seams up. I'm going to open them up to keep them nice and flat. And I want to see before we do this, let's see what I'm tugging from the bottom to see how they line up when tugging. Okay, yeah, so it looks like we do need to trim some of this down, but we will do that in a moment. I'm going to flatten these seams out. I'm just opening up the seams and putting them together first. We'll make sure it's all stretched out correctly, and let me get this down a little bit. Loosen that. Come on. There we go. That's better. Just for this part. So we're going to open up this seam. Like that. And we're going to do the same thing to this seam. Open it up. And then we're just going to put them together so the seams are lined up. And I know that this is probably not good top to bottom yet, but we'll get there. So again, I'm going to tug from the bottom and the top, and this does need to come up a little bit. Pull that up some. Yeah, that feels pretty good. And I'm going to do the same thing on this side. So I don't want of them to be sagging. So yeah, this one needs to come out just a little bit. Maybe like that. Yeah, that feels good. Okay. And that does mean we're going to trim a little bit of this wax canvas off, and that's okay. This actually is not our lining back is a little bit wider, but we can work with that. That's okay. All right. So I'm just going to take a little bit off the top here. Just about 1/8 of an inch. It's only about 1/8 of an inch off. So I'm just going to trim the top. Being very careful not to cut through this part. So I'm going to do a little less than 1/8 there, and then just keep on going. I know it's hard to see because I'm doing the inside of it here, but okay, so now they are even, and we can clip this part here. And again, this for whatever reason is a little bit wider, just a touch wider than the exterior. So I'm just going to pull nice and tight to try to get it lined up really well. Because that waxed canvas will stretch just the teeniest bit, which is what we want right now. So that's good. Okay, and we'll flip it over and do the same thing on the other side. We've already got where they are stitched, and this actually lines up really well. It's just a little bit off, but that's okay. Make sure, tug from the bottom, and that is just a teensy bit off. So I'm going to trim the lining this time, and also it's just it's like a scant 1/8 off on this one. So I'm just kind of eyeballing it just to make sure they're even. And there we go. All right, come back here, put that one back on. Now we can clip this long side. Hey, Lions, how's it going? Yeah, thanks. We hopefully are going to get it done today. That is the plan. I do need to pull this a little bit to get it to stretch just a touch. There we go. That's good. You can see it's a little, well, I hope you can see it's a little bit, just like a 1/16 of an inch wider. Not too bad. Now we need to get the edges, and the edges are off quite a bit. You can see the lining sticks off a lot over the edge. So what I'm going to do is move my clips to the outside of that clip's already moved to the outside, but this is lined up really nice at this end, but this one is not. So I'm just going to trim that and even that out. And this is why we lined everything up from the bottom. Yeah, that'll do. This is why we lined everything up from the bottom, because we could trim the top, but we don't want to trim the bottom too much because we want it to sit on the base really nicely. Let's get a couple clips on that. That actually is not lined up nicely. Here we go. That's better. And we're going to do the same thing on this side. So let me drag this around. I'm going to check that lining, and yep, it is. Same thing. It's a little bit off. So I'm just going to trim that down a little bit. These edges are a little bit harder to trim because the front and back is pulling it. But that's okay. I'm going to show you real quick. They're still not perfectly lined up. Well, they're pretty darn close. Yeah, they're pretty darn close. I thought I had gotten that a little bit off. Okay, so now what we're going to do is baste all around the top and the bottom. Now, I switched around my cameras, so hopefully I won't be bumping cameras this time. That would not be good. So we will switch over just a moment. I'm going to do the bottom first because that's probably going to be the toughest one. It is also very thick, so I'm going to do it on the on Jester here. There we go. The top is much thinner, so I'm going to switch over to the other machine for that. But until we get there, we'll be on this camera here. And I'm just going to baste, so it's going to be nice and close to the edge. And oh, see, I was hoping this is going to be an inside shot. Maybe I do it from the outside. No, I don't like that. I'm going to have to do it from the inside. You guys will see better when we get to the top on Birdie. But I'm simply taking one of these clips off. I'm just going to baste around like we've done several times. Just making sure the fabric is lined up and stitching 1/8 of an inch from the edge. And this is tougher because it's got the foam in it. Oh, and it doesn't want to line up because the foam keeps pulling it away. Oh, and it also had a drip of oil. You got oiled last time. Why are you still dripping oil? All right. I'm just gonna set the needle because it's easier to set the needle first. In this case with the foam, there we go. Okay, so try to bend it back a little so you can see. But we're just gonna start out and go all the way around. We're just connecting the front or the exterior to the lining. And that didn't want to, right from the start, didn't want to do it correctly. Because I have to hold this bag up, which is, okay. Yeah, I need to hold the bag up or it's going to pull too bad. So sorry about the view. I didn't think about this particular shot. Sewing from the inside. But you can see how heavy the bag is now, so that's why I'm having to hold it out and just do it that way. This is also why I tell people that making bags can be a workout. fridge. Almost there. Now I gotta throw in clips already. Okay, we are all the way around, and now you can see it's just basted together, the inside, the interior and exterior. I don't know where that other clip went. Okay. I also, on this other machine, I was bumping the camera really bad. So what I have done is pulled it out. It's actually not where it was. It was up against the wall and the camera was kind of behind it. But I pulled it out so that I could set the camera farther back. And so I could put up the table. So this is the table that's normally not up. But I thought it would help me hold the bag when I did this part. So at least I did think about that one. Put the straps all the way inside, making sure we don't catch any straps, because that would make this morning much more difficult. Oop, I never turned it on. Huh. Okay. There we go. Change the stitch length to a basting stitch, which on this machine is about 4 millimeters. And I'm also going to go from the inside, but this one you'll be able to see a little bit better, I hope. Oh, why is it? It seemed like it was going slow. Hopefully that's not going to be a problem. Okay. I'm going from the inside on these because it is without a cylinder arm. A cylinder arm is a machine that does not have this flat bed here. It only has, or it has something about this wide, but it's round. And I don't have one of those. So it's harder sometimes to do it from the outside on a bed with a flat machine, or bed with a flat machine, a machine with a flat bed, because you have to kind of get it all the way up under the machine. And this does have an attachment that comes off, so it can do some bags like that, but this one so it's just the basting stitch, so I'm just going to do it this way. I know you might be able to see that sometimes it's not straight. My stitch is not straight, but on this one, again, it's just a basting stitch. It's going to be hidden in the seam, so it doesn't really matter if it's straight. It just matters if the fabrics are attached to each other. Trying to hold that back so you can see it better. Hopefully that's working. There we go. Make sure we're missing the hardware, all the hardware. Make sure your hardware is tucked in. This is where it was a little wider and on the inside, so I'm stretching the fabric as I go, trying to get it nice and even. Okay, on the side again, which makes it a little difficult. There we go. Oops. That one, the fabric just pulled right to the side because I let the bag slide too much. There we go. These threads are now in my way, so I'm going to go ahead and clip those. The front and the back are definitely easier because they're flat for longer. Okay, we're back where we started. I mean, most people do not backstitch to lock the stitches as much as I do when they're basting. That's just because I'm paranoid. That looks like it's going really slow. I hope that's not too much. The filming shot, I mean. Okay, let's raise this back up some. Get these out of the way. Okay, so here we go. Now, on the top, we have these two here. Oh gosh, I just pulled part of one of the threads came off. That's all right. It unraveled a little bit and I pulled it. So on the top, we have these two buckles. And if you remember earlier, let me find it. Let's see if I can show it to you. We did some rivets on the straps on the inside. Well, I can't get them out well enough because they're so far down in the bag. But we did some rivets to keep this nice and secure. There's a lot of stitching. It's probably fine the way it is, but I love the look of rivets. So we are going to add rivets to that now that the interior and exterior is basted together. I'm going to put the rivets through all of it. That's why I basted it first, simply because, why did that kind of got off? That kind of got wonky. That's a little wonky. That should be okay. Actually, I'm not thrilled with that. I know it's just basting, but I want to make sure my fabrics are even. That's from here to here. Okay, no big deal. It's just a few inches. I'm just gonna, before we do the rivets, I'm just gonna make sure this is nice and even, because it may be hard to see, but my waxed canvas is higher than this. And it's probably fine, but it's just enough to annoy me. So I am going to rebaste that little section. Because I am very particular with my bags. Probably be easier to pull from the other side. Or is it this side? Okay. Oh yeah, much easier to pull from this side. Where is it cut here? This right about, actually I'm going to take it to about here. This is, I don't know if, I think I pointed it out. When I was sewing, I said the fabric slipped. I think this is where it was. Yeah, see, it didn't even catch it on that. It didn't even catch the interior on that stitch. But because this piece is on the straight section, I am going to do this one from the top just to make sure the lining stays where it's supposed to. So let's go back over there and do that real quick. And just to make it a little easier on me, this is the section that I was talking about that comes off this front section, so it can make the bed part more narrow and easier to push things up underneath. So that's what I'm going to do on right here. And I got to be real careful with the hardware this time because I can't see it. Just make sure it's all lined up. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're past the hardware, we're good. Much better. Oh, that just makes me feel much better. Let's clip that. Slide that back on. And, oh, there's another piece that, I've got a piece that is unraveling a little bit. Trim that. Okay. Here we go. All right, so back to the rivets. We're going to pop that way. I'm going to get some rivets out. These are, yeah, these should work. They might be a little deep because this is not going through a ton of fabric here. It's going through the canvas and the interfaced cotton. So that is, definitely want to get that stronger. I'm going to do that with my hole punch instead of my rivet press. Just the holes, not the whole part. And I just realized I left my D&D dice on my table. They're in the way. Let me move those over. Whoa. Okay, they're out of the way. Oh, Stormy, you want to go? Okay, go on. Stormy likes to be in here with me. I've got the door closed for now, and he likes to be in here, but then he gets bored. So I just had to let him out of the room. Okay, so we're just going to put the rivets underneath the stitch line. So let me turn it around so it's right side up for you guys. We're going to put it, the stitch line is right here. So we're going to put the rivet a little lower than that. So let's get that marked, and we'll use the hole punch to do that. I think I'm going to take it about, see how far down are they on these. Well, I'm kind of consistent. They're about, let me be more exact. There's my 1 inch. They are 1/4 inch from the stitch line. So that's what I'm going to do on this side too. Pull these up out of the way. And because of the stitching the other direction, it's going to be really easy to center them. So I'm not really worried about, actually I'm going to use the awl for this. I'm not overly worried about centering it. I just want to make sure it's a good, that is a 1/4 inch. It's right here. So we're going to put that right there. And I doubt you can see it on the camera because I can't zoom on this camera, but the awl makes a really nice little hole in there to, the awl makes a really nice hole. Well, it's still hard to see. Anyway, it's there, I promise. So I'm going to take the hole punch. Being very, very careful not to get the stitches. It's the trickiest part of these because the stitches are so, so close together. All right. There we go. Got one. Oof. That was real close. And then let's do the other one. Careful not to get the stitches. Slide over. Okay. All right. I'm going to turn it over and see. Yep. Need to poke those out on the other side. I'm just going to trim off the little holes. They didn't get all the way through on one side. I don't want to pull them because this cotton fabric will fray. Speaking of which, I'm going to put some fray check on here. There we go. Okay, so we've got those ready. I just need to get the die press. I already had the die press out somewhere. Where did I put them? Oh, this one. Are they shorter? Oh, but they're smaller. Which ones did I use on the front? I think I used the smaller ones on the front, so I'm actually going to put these back and use the smaller ones again for consistency's sake. Although these, I may have spoken too soon, these may be longer stemmed. I definitely don't want longer stems. Maybe, I think they should be fine. Okay, so we're going to get 2 of these out, fronts and backs. And this is why I had already put them in my little thing, because that's smart to do. So let's get Rosie over here. Put the die presses in her. And get these rivets put in. Oh wow, those are really long. Let me see what else I have. See if I have any that are the same size but shorter stems. So those are some very long stems for that thickness of fabric. You look, no, those are not the same size. All right, we'll just have to go with this and hope for the best. So, oh wait, no, you're the same size as that. Check, these are 8mm. I think the ones I'm using are 9. I'm going to double check because these are much shorter stems. These would be great. Yep, they're definitely not going to work. Okay, well, it's worth a shot. Put that on. Pop that cap on. All right, here we go. I'm going to put this in the rivet press. Wow, that's really long. I hope this works. Okay. Oh, it looks good. Whew. I was a little concerned about how long that stem was. Obviously, because I've said it like 14 times. Okay. All right. We now have reinforced strap connectors. So we're good there. Now we get to move to the bottom. Oh boy. I'm not gonna lie, y'all, this scares me a little bit. But she has very good instructions. It's all gonna be fine. It's all gonna be good. Okay, so we're gonna mark the center and okay, hold on. Sorry. First, okay. We're going to mark the centers of the, I'm going to get some water while I'm doing this. We're going to mark the centers of the base and then we're going to mark the centers of the bag. So I'm going to do it from the lining side so it's easier to see. I'm also going to use the heat erasing marker so it doesn't disappear on me when I need it. I think I'm going to do this. Usually you can fold to find your center, but because the purse feet are on it, I'm actually going to do it this way. I'm going to measure and find my 1 inch. Here it is. Okay. So I'm going to measure, and because it's rounded, I'm going from kind of the center piece over. Oh, that's not going to center very well. 5 3/4. Yeah, I'm going to fold it. It's easier when if it were like 15 inches, but it's not. It's a weird one. So I'm just going to fold it. And unless, hold that thought. Where's my pattern? I wonder if the pattern piece has the centers marked on it. That would make it easier. Nope, it doesn't. We'll fold. It's all good. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm going to line these up on the ends. I'm actually going to clip it to make it easier so they don't shift on me. So I'm just clip it around the ends, make sure they're exactly even. Then I'm going to just flatten it out as we go down the side. And then here is my center. So I'm going to mark that. I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. And there's my center there. And then we'll do the same thing for the short ends because you need the centers marked all the way around. This is going to be a little more difficult because of the purse feet. Actually, I think I'm going to fold it inside and just try to get that pen marking where I need it. From here. Yep. There's one. This way the purse feet aren't in the way and throwing everything off. Okay. That doesn't look like center. That didn't look right. Does that look like center? Actually, this looks more like center. I'll do this one. Let's just double check, shall we? Yeah, I was right. It's this big one. I'm going to double check on this side too. Yeah, that's not centered. It's this big one. Okay. So we've got our center marks on our base. And now we're going to wake up our tablet because the center marks on the bag are actually a little bit tricky because of the zippers. So I'm at the bottom of the bag here. I'm going to move these straps back out the top. All right, so we have a zipper on this side because this is the one where you can reach in from the outside to get to the inside of the bag. We have a zipper on the other side that goes into the laptop pocket. So this right here, this to this is not correct. It's because this is on the outside of the zipper and this is on the inside of the zipper. So, this is on the outside of the zipper. This is on the inside of the zipper. So just marking them halfway there would not work. That's not going to be the center. So you have to be really careful to actually take the outside of the center, which is here on this very outside piece. I'm going to just clip it. Why is that? I need to trim that little piece down. That's just sticking off all willy-nilly. There we go. It's going to be this outside right here. So the outside of it is on the inside of this clip here. And then over here, you can see if you flip the zipper around that the zipper is here on this outside seam. So we're going to go from that one as well. So it's going to be the inside of that clip. So we're going to mark this. The center is actually going to be from this point to this point. That's what we're looking for. So first I'm going to measure it and see if I can just cheat and measure it to keep from having to fold this monster. No, it's 3/8. Of course it is. So we're going to fold it all up. That's not going to work. I don't like that at all. We are going to measure. But I'm going to get two shorter pieces so it's easier to see which is which. So this is a little way to cheat sometimes. If you got two shorter rulers, you don't have to math. All you have to do is line up this seam that we're trying to center and this seam over here that you're trying to center and make sure they're on the same measurement with your ones in the center, or your zeros in the center, I should say. So here we've got, that is 6 1/8. That is 6 1/8. Nope, that is more, just kind of scooshing it out. It's actually a little more than 1/8. And I want to make sure it's pressed down nicely. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Okay, so here is our center. Right here. And this is what I'm talking about. So with the zippers throwing off the actual center, you can see here inside, we did that. I don't know if you can see it. It's very light stitching. I did it the same color on purpose, but we have that center piece, that center pocket line right here. It's actually, the center of that line is right here. It's not centered. It's centered on this piece of fabric, but it's not centered on the bag itself, which is fine. You want it centered on this piece of fabric, but when we're attaching the base, you need that center of the bag itself. So that's why we did that. And I'm gonna flip over. This side does not have zippers, so finding the center is going to be a little easier, but I need a different color pen because that black is not gonna show up on that dark blue. So let's see how wide this is. They are different widths, just barely different widths. But I'm going to do the same thing over here because that just seemed really easy. So I think that is how far away it needs to be. Line up this one. Nope, I was wrong. Okay. Over a little bit more. Nope, too far. Yeah, so this is going all the way to the 16th. So this is very particular. Actually right here. Okay, see if that shows up better. I'm gonna get my silver pen, see if that does better. Where's my silver pen? Here it is. That line right there. All right, so that is marked. I'm also going to mark it on the mesh with the black. Actually, I should have done that in like red or something to be obnoxious and super easy to see, so I'll do that. There we go. All right, so I'll be able to find that center really easy. Now the next step is to find the center on the edges. Hey Scoot, how's it going? The next one is to find the centers. We just found the centers of the long pieces, Scoot. I don't know when you jumped on, but now we're going to do the centers of the edges. And the easiest way to do that, hopefully, is to line up this center mark with, oh yeah, totally, lots and lots of decisions and whatnot. We're going to mark up the center lines here. It's hard for me to show you, but this center line is lined up with this center line over here. And we're going to clip that. And we're going to hope it doesn't break my clips because this is a lot of thickness here. I've broken so many clips on these, y'all. So many. Wait a minute. I don't like that so much. I just noticed that my center piece here is not centered on the center of the bag. I'm not sure I like that. Unless I just measured wrong. That is a quarter from that. It is, no, it's not centered. I am not pleased about that. I don't know how that happened. That's 5.5 from the edge. And this one is 5 3/4 from the edge. Huh, that is interesting. All right, I'll have to watch that when I do Mike's bag, but this is mine. So again, tester bag. It's part of the reason we do a tester bag is to find weird stuff like that. And I will make my notes later. Oh, thanks, Scoot. I like teaching, but like Mike said in the earlier videos, he was a couple of times, I said something and he was like, we don't know what that means. All right, now this is, you can double check to make sure. Nope, you know what? I measured wrong because when I take this seam and this seam, the outside seams, just double check. Yep, this is the outside seam of the zipper. This is the outside seam of the zipper. Those should be even on this front piece, but they're not. So I measured wrong for my centers. So we're just going to go by these centers here. That's what we're going to do. And then we're going to remeasure, which would mean I measured wrong on the front. I'm so happy my front is correct. I'm so happy. Okay. So I'm just going to clip that. And that is just a skosh outside of there. And that is just a skosh. Oh, it's less than a skosh. Let's move that over a little bit. Clip this one. I think this is going to line up perfectly in the center. So I'm going to clip it and then I'm going to double check it. Yep, we're good there. And nope, we're not good there. All right, it's going to be a little off, but it's not going to be much. It's going to be like that, I think. Yep, that's good. Now we're good. Yeah, it's just barely off center. This center strap here that we did the front exterior pockets, it's just barely off center, so I'm totally cool with that. Excellent. Okay, now I'm gonna clip this all the way across just to make sure it stays flat and I don't get wonky, because I absolutely want the center of the end as well, because that's going to line up with the center of the end of the base. Mush down some of that canvas in there. So we're going to pull this all the way out and mark that center right there. Okay. Then we're going to do the same thing on the other side. Just going to flatten this out, clip it so it doesn't get wonky, and then pull this all the way out, pinch it real nice, and mark that center. All right, so now we have a missing pen top. Where'd my pen cap go? Oh, there it is. Okay, so now we have our center here. We have our center on the front, which I'm going to remark because that is not the center. We have our center on, the center on the edge and the center on the other edge. So we're good there. Before I take these clips completely off, I'm going to remark that center with red so I know it's the right one. So it's going to be right here. And it's going to be, oh yeah, I wasn't off by much. I was just a teensy bit. But a teensy bit can be a lot in the end. So that's why you want to make sure it's good. Because the next step is the base. Okay, got the base. Let's reread, make sure, because she does this a very particular way, and I really appreciate that. Okay. The bottom edge clipped together. You can now mark the centers, the sides, got that. Okay. So this is why we had to be extremely particular about it. Some people just have you plop the base in here, you clip all the way around, and it can be tough. Especially since this base is not the widest base in the world. These corners are going to be, they're going to be challenging. So what we're going to do is we're going to line these up with the centers. We're going to do one side at a time. We're lining exterior to exterior and centers to centers. We're going to clip that. And then we're going to go, actually, I want to mark it first, because she says to go about 5 inches to either side, I think. Roughly, yeah. So I'm going to kind of measure out how far I want to go. Basically, you're just doing the, oh, I see why she says that. That's cool. Basically, you're just doing the straight edge So I'm going to sew, and I got my air erasing marker for this one. So I'm going to sew from purple to purple. It doesn't have to be exact. It's just you want to stop before these curves start. We're just sewing the sides first. So thank you for that tip, Joe, because that's really, really smart. So we're going to clip these together. Again, exterior to exterior. I told them I wasn't going to do a tutorial. I'm not really doing a tutorial. I just need to have something to say while I'm going along. If this was a tutorial, it would be much more specific. Okay, we've got clips on that side. And let's do clips on this side. I've learned how much. Oh yeah, totally. Measurements are important. You know, it's a good thing I'm a math person, I guess. Although I know a lot of sewists who are not math people, and they do just fine, if not better than me. So I think I just kind of enjoy the math part more than they do, is what it really comes down to. Because actually one of the patterns that, another pattern that I got permission, or a set of patterns, I should say, that I got permission to do is from Jess at Okla Roots. And she admits fully she is not a math person. She does not like to do sewing math. She does it, but she doesn't like it. She's good at it, but she's not a fan of it. I like it because I'm a weirdo, I guess. I don't know. All right, so we're going to sew this piece on. We're just going to baste it. Okay, so I'm going to use Jester because this is, as you can see, this is some real thick right here where the straps are. That's super duper thick. Oh yes, okay, I can open the door now. Okay. Get some water, get hydrated. Get the right camera angle up. All right, here we go. Again, we're just doing this one side. Although, doing this one side, I'm now seeing how when we do the real stitch, this is gonna be fun. So right now I can do it from the inside like I did before. I just need to lift up my thing. I need an outfeed table. Don't have one right yet. All right. So we're just gonna sew. Just basting, which on Jester is the same stitch length because her stitch length is wider or longer. I do want to tuck that down real well. Okay. And I know it's hard to see because this outside piece is kind of covering it up. There's not a heck of a lot I can do about that. I apologize. Let me try to change the camera angle before we get to the real stitching. We'll see. Alright, so far so good. I'm a little more than an 1/8 inch, but that's okay. As long as I'm in the seam allowance, it's okay if I'm a little more than an 1/8 from the edge. Okay. So we've got that piece. And now we're going to do the same thing on the other side. So I'm actually just going to do this here. Grab the other clip I threw. All right, so we're going to do the same thing. We're going to take this center marking and line it up with the other side. Make sure, just so. We're going to clip that. I also need my 1x6 ruler because I don't want to go too far. If I don't mark my lines, I will get carried away and go too far. So okay. go. Let me do that real quick first. I'm just going to go out here and out there. Again, it doesn't have to be exact. I just need a line to tell me where to start and stop, or I'll get carried away and just keep going, and I don't want to do that. So we're going to line these sides up just like we did on the first bit. Okay. And which way do I want to do this? Which way would be easier? I think it'd be easier to do it like this for now. Might switch it up on the corners, we'll see. But again, lift it up because it's big. Well, let's get it lined up first. Okay. All right, get it started. Okay, I'll lift it up so it doesn't try to separate, because we are on the back, which if you remember, if you watched other ones, the back where the foam is super thick is the hard part. I'm going to use, I'm using hemostats to hold the fabric together because it really is trying to pull, even with the clips. So hemostats are super handy. Make sure that's still lined up. It is good. Okay. That's not. There we go. That's good. Yeah, see, on the first one I had trouble staying at 1/8 of an inch. I kept going over a little bit, and this one I'm having trouble staying at least 1/8 of an inch. It wants to keep pushing toward the side, to the edge. That's because of all that foam. Because now we don't have just the foam from the back, we also have the foam from, whoops, the needle wasn't down. Get back over there. In you go. All right, it's got the foam on the back and the base, so now it's getting really thick. Let's pull that out to line it up. And again, holding with hemostats to make sure it doesn't move. Hemostats are also good because you can get super close to the needle and not worry about like stabbing yourself or sewing yourself to the fabric, which I have done. It's not fun. Okay, let's trim that, trim the other side threads. And we're going to move back over to the other camera. All right. Get more stuff out of the way here. Let's see. To me, weirdo is not an insult. It's so much worse to be normal. Oh, I absolutely agree, Scoot. It's, yeah. No, I'm a self-proclaimed weirdo. I get it. Yeah, I do know somebody who can make me an outfeed table. He's actually making me an entire base for the stand for Jester, because you can see she comes in this box, and it's great because they're technically made I've got the top over here. It's a nice solid box that they actually come in. But it does make it difficult for sewing, you know, and I did not buy the table that you can buy a table from Sailrite that these machines will fit in. But Mike was like, I'll make you one. So he is working on one for me. It's beautiful. He still has to, he's got another couple of projects, and then he'll be able to pour the epoxy for mine, because I wanted mine to, you know, you need to be able to scratch up a table. So, but oh, thanks. I love my shirt too. I actually just randomly got it at the beach one year because I realized I didn't pack enough shirts. Oh, thanks, Evie. Awesome. Great. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, Evie is overseas, so she's having dinner. While we are just getting to those lunch hours here on the East Coast. Although I ate a late breakfast on purpose, so I don't have to take a break. So, all right, what are we doing now? We're doing the corners. And this is tricky. First of all, doing the corners, you might look at this and go, there is no way this is going to fit across here. And if I do it down, you can see how much, where's the camera? There it is. You can see how much it sticks out from the natural edge here of the side panel. And the way we handle that in bag making is you clip into the side panel and you actually open it up. Now, if this was just waxed canvas, I wouldn't even have to do that, because waxed canvas just opens up beautifully when you do corners. That's why I love using waxed canvas. But since there's so many layers sewn together, we're going to have to trim or clip. The other thing too is that even with clipping, this is a very tight curve. So I'm getting another, this is one of those standard, where's my staple monster? There it is. This is one of those standard office items that is used in sewing. Stapler. Not everybody likes them. I know my friend Parker is not a big fan, but, and I wasn't either for a really long time. But if you get the kind of stapler, it's not a desktop, it's, you know, one of the little monster ones. Those work better in these cases. So, and then I've got my staple remover, because of course you have to remove the staples. So, what we're going to do first, we are going to match up our centers and clip that, because that is not going to need to be trimmed. We're just going to pull it and clip. And I'm going to put a couple of clips here just to make sure it's really nice and strong here. And I want to see, does she have us base this first, or no, okay. She actually leaves it up to you. You can base this first, or you can just be really confident in your clips and staples, or however you use it. She actually says she hand bastes it, which I am not going to do because I am too impatient for that. I just lost another pen cap. There it is. So why doesn't this pen cap, my red pen doesn't want to stay capped. Okay. So what we're going to do, I'm going to have to flip this around so that I can see it from my direction. But we are going to take this and we're just going to do little snips all the way around this curve. And yes, this is terrifying. When I first started bag making and they said to do this, I was so scared to do it. But your curves won't fit if you don't. So you don't have much of a choice, really. This one's going to be tough because it's thick. You want to keep your snips in the seam allowance. So you're only making very short clips. I'm not going over a 1/4 inch here. So I'm doing probably between 1/8 and 1/4. And I'm doing that so that I don't accidentally go more than a 1/4 inch. Our seam allowance is actually, I think it's 3/8. But you want to have some fat. You don't want these snipped all the way up to the edge. So, okay. So now that we've got those, we're going to kind of pull those so they spread out. And we're going to start clipping and see if we need any more snips. Oof. Well, these are some tight corners. Okay. I'm going to shove it in there, actually. Sometimes if you shove it in, like make a little bowl out of it, and then clip it, and then moosh it out flatter, it'll work. Sometimes we'll see if it does. Okay. Oh yeah, that's great. See, I don't know. So I had it like a little bowl, right? I had it like a little bowl, and I already have my snips in there. I just clipped it in a couple of places inside the little bowl, and then just pushed it out. And that did great, spreading out those clips that we did. And that's still a little bumpy right here, but that's okay. We can work with it. Work it out here. I'm actually going to put a staple here. I'm also going to stand this up. I'm going to do it from the other side. It's a little easier to do it from the other side. Let me move this out a little. There we go. Okay. So I'll staple this bit. And again, you don't want your staples to go all the way to the seam allowance just because you don't want to sew over the staples. So I'm going to put a staple over here. Push this out. I'm actually going to grab that hemostat again because it's helpful. Pulling on it to get it to match. Okay, and I'm going to clip. I just locked the hemostats so that I can staple this piece. And then this is our last piece here. I need to pull it out a little bit. It's not quite lined up. And I'm just going to have to hold that and hope it doesn't shift on me. Nope. It said no. It said no. Okay. Don't shift. Don't shift. There. All right. So I got one corner stapled. It's not even stapled that well. I need longer staples. So I'm also going to clip it because I do not want this to move when I'm trying to stitch it. Okay. Now we got to do the other corner. And I am just going to do one end at a time because there's not a lot in sewing that's more frustrating than trying to get it all clipped and then while you're working on one side, the clips on the other side pop off. That's super frustrating. So we're going to do the same thing we did before. We're going to make a little bowl. And I'm going to clip here. And even if it's not like lined up, even if I have to moosh it around a little, that's okay. I'm just trying to hold it in the center of that bowl so that I can flatten it out here. And I'm not crazy about that. How's that happening? Looks like some of my fabric shifted. That's okay, because it's still within the seam allowance, so it should be okay. I'm just going to pull it, and I'm going to staple that, because that looks yucky. Yeah, this is definitely need more longer staples. Okay. Get this side over here. Again, I'm going to pull this out some because it doesn't seem to be lining up well. There we go. I'm just going to clip this part because this is so fat, this staple is going to be useless. And this bit in the center, I'm going to staple that. I'm probably going to have overlapping staples here, but that's all right. Oh, yep, nope, it tried to staple on a staple and it said no. Fair enough, dude, fair enough. There we go. That one missed. Overlapping staples. And still barely coming through the back, so clip that as well. Okay, so now, now we got this on. She seems to think that I being anybody doing this pattern, can just go ahead and do the real seam allowance. I think that she has more faith in me than I do. So I'm gonna baste it first. Yeah, because I don't trust those staples. And she hand bastes it. I just said I don't hand baste, but you know what? No, I'm not gonna hand baste it. I'm gonna see how Jester does with it. She's probably gonna be grumpy, but I think it's better than hand stitching in this instance. Because I do have such thick, the seam allowance is so thick. Now, I do not know how well you're going to be able to see this, and I'm sorry, because I've got to, how am I going to do that? Yeah, actually, I think I am going to put it, I'm going to put it this side down and pull the underneath out from under it as I go. I hope. We'll see. Wish me luck. Oh boy. Okay. All right. So far so good. Fingers crossed. I need to get the hemostat just in case. There it is. Okay. Have that ready just in case I need it. Ugh. Okay. Oh dear. I said don't sew over your staples, and here I am about to sew over my staples. And now I'm going to do this part really, actually I don't have any staples right there, so that should be okay. I think I'm past them now. I'm going to go over the stapled part really slow so I can feel it, because I don't want to break a needle. That would be annoying. Ugh, okay. We're still lined up. We're good. I'm bunching up this waxed canvas like that's on the inside of this so much now. This is going to look amazing when we turn it out because it's going to have all those creases and it's going to look gorgeous. Okay, let's do this little bit Oh, yeah, we're close to some staples. I just want to hold it. I'm not holding it together because the staple's still doing a pretty good job of that, but I'm trying to keep the fabric from sliding out from the needle. Okay. Set it up. Pull the underneath out a little more. There we go. Oh, that's super close to the edge. I don't like that. Slide over some. Just trying to avoid the staple and got too close to the raw edge. All right. Do I have more staples? Yep, I do. I need to be careful. So I'm just going to hand crank this part. Actually, this is really pulling. Why is this pulling when you're stapled? What's the whole point of stapling you? Okay. Okay. Getting close to a staple, I know it. So I'm going to hand crank a little bit more. You are just, yeah, these staples they're helping a little, but I'm starting to wonder if they are worth the trouble. But okay, we're almost there. Phew, all right, that's one end basted. We still have to do the real seam allowance, y'all. But okay. This over. Oh yeah, thanks, Scoots. Thanks for stopping in. Who knows how long I'll be going? If you get done with your errands and are bored and have nothing better to do, see if we're still going, because I am determined to get this thing finished today. Thanks for stopping in. If anybody watching is not subscribed, if you could subscribe, that'd be great. If you like it, obviously. I am trying to get more subscribers for obvious reasons, but also one of my friends where I get a lot of the fabric, let me make sure I got all these staples out. I did. In fact, where I got this print fabric, she is doing Me Made May, and she's going live almost every day in May to do some sewing, and that's a commitment. I love that. But she's having guest sew us some days, and I want to do that. And it would be best if I could get my subscribers up to do that. So no pressure. If you just jump on here and go, wow, this is really dumb, then that's fine. But if you like it and you are not subscribed, it would be amazing if you could. Okay. So here we go again. I'm going to raise this up a little bit because that is insane. I hope that's okay. Fun glasses story. I have 4 pairs of glasses. I have my regular glasses that I can use when I'm driving that also turn into sunglasses. I forget what they're called, transitional or something. I don't know. Anyway, so I have those. I have reading glasses for when I'm wearing my contacts. I have my sunglasses for when I'm wearing my contacts, so they're not prescription. And then I have my computer glasses, and my computer glasses are what I use when I sew. But that also means that my computer that is now about 4 or 5 feet away from me, I can't see it very well. So I hope this is I really hope that this is in focus for you. It's got autofocus, so it should be. All right. we're going to start the same way. We're going to put in our clips in the centers after we lined up our centers. Let me just double check that, make sure they're, yep, that's good. We are lined up on our centers. We're going to do our clips, our snips rather. I mean, they are technically, you are doing anyway, semantics. Here we go. Okay. I'm not going to do one right in that seam. I'm just going to kind of do it around the seam. I did that on the other side and I don't think I mentioned it. Oof, come on. Why aren't you? Oh, because you are a thick piece. What are you? Oh, that's the edge where the outside pocket is folded. That's why it's so thick. Okay. There we go. So we've got those snips in there. And then we're going to do the same thing on this side. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna snip right in that seam, but I am gonna snip on the other side of it. Okay. We're gonna make our bowl, smush our bowl out, and then do the exact same thing that we did on the other side. So let's make our, smush it in to make our bowl. And then pull it out. There we go. I'm going to start, actually, no, I'm not. I was going to say I'm going to staple that, but it's so thick, I'm not going to bother. All right. Let's get this side lined up. Oh yeah, putting these snips in here just makes it really nice to flatten that edge out. Looks good. I'll do the other side. Yeah, I really don't think I'm gonna make our little bowl. I don't think that I'm gonna staple this side. I'm gonna see how it goes. Mostly it's just to find out, so when I do Mike's bag. I also think that I might film doing Mike's bag, but not as a live. Just because it would, from a content perspective, it'd be kind of boring because it's the exact same thing I'm doing right now, just with different, oh, thanks, Evie. Just with different fabric. Oh, that didn't get pulled out as well. But also because this just takes so long doing it live. Because I gotta, I don't want to just like randomly pop on live. I want to let you guys know when I'm going to be on, which in case you did not know, I do announce on my Instagram. So the Instagram is Taz River Artisans. But also because, sometimes I get done with dinner and I'm just like bored and I want to come up and sew. So I do. And, so if I just film it through that and then post it, I don't know, maybe that's a thing. We'll see. But here we go again with basting this side, and it did not take as long to do because I didn't staple. But we'll see how that works out now with the basting. Because that might have been a very, very bad idea. I don't know. Ugh. Okay. Nope. We're going to do it from the underside. I thought about that. And no, we're going to do it base side up. Okay, make sure everything's nice and flat. Nothing's hiding in there. Actually, you know what? Before I go any farther, I'm going to set the needle. But before I go any farther, I'm going to reach up and make sure I haven't caught any straps in here without realizing it. So let me peek in my bag. I've got the big straps. I've got the small straps are out. Excellent. Good, good. Those are here. That's there, and the top straps are close enough to the top that they won't get in. All right, good, good, good. Whew. Okay, so back to basting. Get this set and then I'll lift up the whole bag. Okay, here we go. Again with the hemostat right in the beginning. All right, maybe I should have taken the time to staple it. Uh-oh, my needle just broke. Don't know what it broke on, but it just broke. Okay, it happens. It's all good. It's all good. What probably happened is that this fabric is so thick, it probably pulled the needle over and it hit the bobbin casing. That's likely what happened. Let me go grab another one. I'm actually going to get a bigger, I think, where are my needles? Oh, I moved them around. Mine not under here. I might need, hey, I've got 3 on here. I don't know if one of the people on here is Parker. Parker, if you're on, can you message me? I want to know if I should use an 18. I've been using a 16. Should I go up to an 18 for this? A size needle. And you can message. My friend Parker and I are like, she is awesome, and she is also someone I sew with regularly. I don't know where my needle point went. Where did my needle go? The tip of it should have fallen in. That's what I'm hoping. Since I'm down here, I'm going to check my bobbin. It's still good. But we message each other frequently about, hey, do you think I should do X, Y, and Z, whatever? I think I oiled that way too much when I oiled it before. I've got drips everywhere. Good grief. Well, at least they're on the underside. That's the whole point of having that. So let me pull this needle out. I'm just gonna unthread it from the tension, and then okay. Oof. Oh, I hear a message. That might be her. Whoa! It'll just slid right on down. Perfect. All right, that's trash. Oh, let me get my... I use, one of the great uses for old pill bottles is blades and needles when they're done. That way you can put them in the bottle, and when they get thrown away, you're not like stabbing the trash man or anybody else. No, she must have stepped away. It's all good. It's all good. I think we'll stick with a 16. We'll stick with a 16 for now. All right, I'm going to put an 18 in and then switch back to a 16 when we get to the top. So I will have to redo my needle later. But with this base part, I'm going to... So one of the little tricks that I learned, I don't remember where I saw it, but this is, I don't know if you can see it. It says 110/18. That is the size of the needle. And it's on a little magnet. I made these stupid little magnets. But when you put a needle in, you tend to put a needle in, and unless you use the same size needle all the time, which is unlikely, you can easily forget what size needle you're using. And they are written, the size is written on the shaft of the needle, but it's so hard to read. So I like to put my little my little size magnet on there to tell me how big my needle is that's in the machine. There's the curve, okay. That's, yeah, that's good. On the other machine, there's like only one way a needle can go in because those machine needles have a flat side. So it makes it a little easier to put a needle in. This one you have to make sure there's a little kerf thing. I don't know if that's what they call it, but it's like a little cutout almost of the needle and it goes to the right. And so you just have to make sure your needle's lined up correctly. I'm gonna pop this in. And the reason I'm going up a size in the needle is just, it's so thick. This is so thick, the seam allowance. So I'm hoping that by doing that, it'll be a little easier to sew. Let's just pull up the bobbin thread. You know what, before I start, I know I just pulled up the bobbin thread, but I kind of want to, don't see that little needle point anywhere, and that's really making me nervous. I don't want it to be in the bobbin anywhere. Okay. Because I really think that's what it broke on. Because there was nothing else that could have caught it. Okay, we are ready to go. Check. Okay, no more chats that I can see, so let's get back on this. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna have to remember though to switch back to the 16 when I get to the top, because the 16 is gonna be, I think, overkill, or the 18 rather, is gonna be overkill for the top. Okay, here we go. Oh, let me get my threads so it doesn't nest. Whoop. Needle. Nope, also not Parker. Okay. Keep getting notifications on my phone. But it's a size 18, and that's what we're doing. Now, I'm going to go slow on this one because it's not an easy corner to baste, but at least I don't have to watch out for stray. I don't have to watch out for stray staples because I didn't bother stapling this side. I still hope that that was not a mistake. I kind of feel like it may have been. Yep, because this is already trying to get aligned wrong here. Come on. Where are you, outside piece of fabric? Okay. A couple of stitches like that. And yeah, I think I need to get another stapler that can handle longer staples, because I got that stapler and it's, you know, it's great for smaller bags, thinner bags, but oops, that just popped off. But I use it the most on these big thick bags with lots of layers, and you know, having a staple that can barely go through it is kind of useless. And I don't think that stapler can handle longer staples. So I think I need to get another one. Need a more heavy duty one. Oh, that's lined up good. Okay, cool. right. Oof. All right, that was the flat side, so that was the easier part. Yeah, I think I tried to move the camera up. I know it's hard to see from where it is, but, uh-oh, whoops. I was pulled, did not get a good enough grip on that. I think I need also to get a shorter, like, arm so that I can put it closer, but on the back of the camera so that you can actually see from, like, this angle over here, because especially with these big bags, it's hard to see what I'm doing. Okay. Except fighting with the bag. You can see me fighting with the bag. There's that. Oh, okay. This is a big seam. Big seam, tight corner. There we go. Oh, nope, don't you push over. Don't you do that. Okay. I don't think that was good. Hold on, let me see that. Up. Well, it's not bad. It's just really close to the edge. So what happened is right here where my thumb is, you can see that, but like right in here is one of the purse feet. And it was pushing against the presser foot on the machine. So it kind of pushed it real close to the raw edge, but I think I caught it on both sides. I did. Good, good. All right. So it's basted. My hands hurt. That's all right. Okay. Let's go back over here. Moving all those out of the way. Mike, yay, hi. Scoot had to go run some errands. But yeah. No, I don't want an air compressor and a pneumatic stapler. Pneumatic staplers scare me. I will, like, I'd probably staple my hand to a bag. Oopsies. You know what? Remember where I said I think it's good? It's not good. There's a hole there. All right. Back to the sewing machine. Gotta fix that. I'm gonna... Oops. Just my elbow hit the light. Okay. Pulling that way out. Yeah, that's useless. Stapling that is going to be useless. So it did miss the lining piece. Good to focus. It like missed the lining piece just barely. It was so close to the edge. And that was not even where I thought I was going to have a problem. That was a whole different place that, and while I'm here, I'm going to check to make sure I got all the rest of it. Make sure it's good on both sides. Yep, that side's good. Yep, that's the only hole I've got. All right, cool. Good, good. And that is why I wanted to baste first, because that side would have pulled the same exact way with the regular, the full seam allowance. I'm going to do this one from the other side with the base down, just to make sure I catch the lining. But it would have still pulled out. The fabric would have shifted just like it did here, but with a full seam allowance, it just would have been a really wonky seam. And I do not want a wonky seam. So that's why I opted to baste first. All right. Nice and slow. I'm gonna turn this just a little. There we go. Oh, there was a clip back there. Okay. And get the hemostat, pull that out. Oh, oh, there I go again, pulling out little bits. All right, I think I'm actually already around the hole just about. So I'm gonna get here, turn it a little bit more, and then I'll finish it off. Okay. All right, let's check that. It is good. It's not all the way even pulled out to the edge, but it's darn close. Oh, where's my mouse? There we go. Okay. Next step is hydrate, drinking some water. Okay. All right. I didn't really need to come back over here yet, because we are going to do the main seam allowance now. And I want to see which way. No holes in basting, right? I can't, well, one of those words I can't see. Let me see, what did you say? No holes in basting, that's what you said. Okay, good. No holes in basting. Okay. So now we're going to do the main seam allowance. And it is 3/8, so I'm going to pop that out there. Where's my 1-inch ruler? Just to double check. Yep, that's what where I want it. Okay. Now, I don't need the hemostats anymore because they're basted together. Do I want to baste it base up or base down? I think I want to do it based up. Base up, not based. Base up. So what I'm talking about here is, do I do it like this on the machine, or do I do it like this on the machine? And I think it's going to be easier if I do it base up. But I'm going to start on the front because all that foam in the back, I don't want to start my stitch on that side. So here we go. And Mike, since you are on here, I do want to get a smaller, like something to put the camera back here. You know what I mean? Like right there, but so that it's not in my way on the table. I don't know. Ideas are welcome. Just because this here is better than it was because I'm not bumping into it, but you can't see very well. All right, here we go. Okay. Just making sure everything's still flat and out of the way. We're good. Still flat and out of the way. We're good. Okay. All right. Getting close to the tricky bit. I'm going to hand crank around most of this corner. Oh, no. I'm much too impatient for that. And we're doing okay. Okay, we're good there. Oh, we're getting ready. We're gonna have a pleat. We're gonna have a pleat. I don't want a pleat. The fabric pulled a little bit on me. That's all right. It's in the bottom. Nobody's ever gonna see it. It's gonna be on the bottom of the bag, on the inside of that. It'll be fine. But oh, hi there, Stormy. How's it going, buddy? Hi, honey. Did you come up to see what I was talking about with camera?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You said that right after I messaged you. I'll be right back, and then you spoke to me.
Oh, I didn't see. Sorry. I was already sewing, so I wasn't paying attention to the chat.
Jackie?
Yes.
That's the point of this.
I'm aware. So we can switch them, you think?
This needs to move over here.
I can't.
Why not?
Without moving the bins in my table.
That's what I was talking about, putting a board under everything. So that
Oh, yeah.
here.
Okay. All right. This is...
Or we just slide this tabletop slightly over, so that's got a clamp's got something to grab onto.
Yeah.
And it'd be awesome. You have the shelves poking out on the other side.
Which bothers me. I like even things, y'all. Just in case you were wondering. I need things to be even. Okay. Nice and slow around this sharp corner. And what is that? I don't want it to get caught. What is that? Oh, it's a purse foot. And the bottom of the strap holder. Okay, everything is out of the way. Just checking. Oof. All right. That's my main camera. He's gonna switch the camera angles here. Let's. Okay, there we go. Cool, cool. I like to keep that where it is just because that's my main, but I can move it. That's all right.
That's what the arm is for.
I know, that's what the arm is for. I use it for that because it's also the one that I say hi on and bye on. Okay. This part, this is not quite 3/8 of an inch. This needs to get, ooh, this corner. There it goes. Now we're 3/8 of an inch. Almost. Oof. Come on. Now we're at the foam side. The foam side that doesn't like, that likes to fight me on my seam allowance. I'm actually going to back this up a little bit. There we go. Okay. What was that? Oh, it's stuck on the back. It's all right. Whew. Jasper. Everybody's in my room. It's Stormy visiting, Jasper visiting, Mike's messing around with my cameras. Well, fixing my cameras. Hopefully, fixing the angles. The cameras are fine.
What's this camera called?
That one's, right now, that one's called Jester Cam. What?
It's frozen. I gotta redo it. Just give me a second.
Okay, that. All right. The last time we did this, didn't it freeze and I couldn't use that camera anymore because we were already live?
Yeah, it did.
Shit. Let me go back. Oh, sorry. Sorry, YouTube. Didn't check to make sure everything was flat in here, and I think I caught something. Almost caught something. Not caught. Excellent.
So I may have just screwed it up totally.
All right, I'll just use this camera like I did the other day.
You weren't getting good on this camera anyway from that angle.
Huh?
When it was over there,
Yeah.
you weren't getting a good view from that camera.
I'm aware, but now I have to use this camera and move it around like I did before, and that's going to be a pain in the butt. Okay. Almost there. My needle down, make sure everything's still flat in there because it's changing. Yep, okay, we're still good. Oof, that's off, but that's okay. This, I will tell you, is the most challenging part of the bag so far for me. And I think a lot of it is because of the thickness of the fabrics that I used. I did pretty much, and she said if you use these fabrics, it's going to be thicker, but I wanted to use them, so I did. And now I totally understand what she's saying, so. But we're okay. We are good. All right, we have a full seam allowance on the base. Okay. And now I have to do this thing again. Sorry, guys. Oops. Down and up. What is happening here? Oh, I hate this thing. So, I had it set perfectly, and now it's...
Sorry.
No, it's... I asked for help. I just didn't expect you to help during the live. That's all. All right. Okay, so now we are going to do the binding.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we're going to do the binding. I'm thinking I cut a strip for the binding the way she says to do it. But I'm really seriously considering using Thunderbird Handcrafted Binded and Dyed. Just because I think it's going to be easier to handle around these corners than normally. What we would do here is we'd fold this in half and then we'd fold it in half again so that the raw edges were in the center like this, and then fold it all together, and you have this binding, right? And it's going to go around and cover this edge. But some of those I think are still going to show. Let's see how wide I went. I went way too wide on some of this, so I am definitely going to use the binded and dyed. Let me see if I can find a color that'll look good. Right. Hi, boys. Hi, boys. Watch out. Excuse me, please. Excuse me, please. Okay. There's my binded and dyed. This looks nice on the bottom. This is Solstice Sunrise. That looks nice on the bottom. It kind of matches the browns and stuff. That looks nice. Or do we want to bring in some of the blue? But no, that's gray. No, I think we'll go with this one. This one looks good. That's what we're gonna do. Change in plans right in the middle. That's how I roll. It does have some red in it, but that still kind of goes with the... It still kind of goes. It's fine. It's good because it's on the inside and it's at the bottom. So I think it will look great. Now, one thing I want to mention about binding. Some people put it on here, they sew it, they wrap it around, and then that is a very professional binding. Because this is on the inside of the bag and it's on the bottom, I'm not doing that. I'm just going to fold it, put it on with some double-sided tape, and sew it around. There we go. Get some fray check on the end of that because it is cotton. And this is the back, so you're more likely to see. There, okay. So I'm gonna start it on this side. And this is, I might need my 1 1/4. Ha! I need the 1 1/4 version of this. That's crazy. That's what this is though, so we're good to go. Yeah, I went way too wide on some of that. So we're just gonna get this one out, and again, I'm just gonna trim the edges off of this. There we go. Put some fray check on that edge. Oh, I need to get that little corner. Okay. Get some fray check on here. All right, so what we're gonna do, and this is the 1 1/4 that traditionally people do, like start here, sew, and wrap around. But again, this is such a thick seam. I'm just gonna wrap it. Just gonna wrap it like this. So it's gonna go like that. And it's gonna be real thick in the center, but that's okay because that's the whole point, is to cover that up. So I think I'm going to do this one base side up as well. And so let me get some double-sided tape set on here. As soon as I find the edge, there it is. This bit, okay, I can go there, that's fine. I'm gonna tear that off for now. I'm gonna do it in sections, I think would be better. And it can go around the edge, it doesn't need to be along the edges, I don't think, as much because it'll be on either side, so it should stay pretty stable. Just gonna oh, and actually did get pretty close. That's okay. And then the last part here, that's way off. That's all right. That's why we use binding. I'm actually going to trim a little bit of this down because it is sitting a little higher than I'd prefer it to be, even with the binding. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so we're going to start with this half. I'm gonna start and stop on a long edge because it's easier that way. So we're just gonna. And this tape does not like to come off. The backing. There we go. All right. What am I doing? That's just silly. I was going to do the wrappy thing, and I just said I'm not going to do the wrappy thing. So I want the center like that. I want this, there's a center line on this because it's twill tape. There's a center line on it, and with it, it covers up both sides really nicely. So we're just going to kind of fold it around. And we're going to do that all the way around. And I'm taping this side because this side I won't be able to see when I'm sewing. So I want to make sure that it's caught. And I've got some little threads sticking out. Get rid of those. So I like to make sure that that line is centered with the top. We're just going to go around the entire thing like that, pressing down with on the tape. After I get a section, I'll just go and clip it. Bless you.
Thank you.
Oh, that's very thick there. There we go. I'm not necessarily clipping this to keep it on. It's just to keep this folded down. And so get this side. And let's get this tape edge off, if it will allow me to do it. Come on. I really need to just not forget to order tape at Wawak anymore because this, I'm going to use it. I'm not going to waste it, but I much prefer the tape from Wawak. Okay. There we go. And I do want an extra clip on this corner because we don't have tape there. Push this down. Oh, frost advisory. That's nice. Okay. Really push that down. There. Okay. Again with the tape. Not wanting to come off, the backing not coming off. There we go. again, just folding it all the way down. Oops, that's not even.
How's this look? Let me know when you're ready to look at the camera.
I'm looking. Okay.
That's this one.
Okay. That's good. Is that one still called Jasper Cam though?
Yeah.
Because that's what I had done before.
And I can adjust this one
We
to the
can-
steady aim for right there.
Okay, as soon as we get there, just keep it on here for now.
I'll
Oh,
do that
you
while
want to
you're
flip
working.
it? So you're ready for it, right? Got it. All right, cool.
I
Thank you.
figured out how to work the program so I can make changes while you're live without messing up your live.
Awesome sauce. That is fantastic. Very excited about that.
I'm not even awake yet and I'm learning things.
Woohoo! Okay. All right. So where's the camera that I'm on?
This one?
That one. Okay. Do you want to come around behind me? Because that's, your arm just is going through. Well, now it's not. It was going through. If it would be more comfortable for you, you're welcome to walk behind me, is what I'm saying.
Alright, I'll stay out of your feet.
No worries.
How's it look?
Yeah, that looks pretty good. All right.
So
I'm
look
gonna
at it real
get-
quick on the main.
Real quick on the main. Got it. Yep. Yeah, that looks good. I think that'll work. Cool. Thanks, love.
All this was only a half cup of coffee.
Go you.
Bye, everybody. Even though it's only me. I think. I don't
Well,
know.
there's 4 people on here.
Okay. That's what happens when I'm looking at the backside and not the viewers.
Right. Okay, there we go. And I know this seems like it takes forever, and it feels like it does, but it's really worth it. It would be taking a lot longer if I had used the piece that I cut from the waterproof canvas, or excuse me, water resistant canvas, because we'd probably still be folding that, honestly, and I'm already almost all the way around with the binded and dyed. And she hand dyes these binded and dyeds, by the way. They're really nice. And because they're twill, they've got a little bit of stretch, so they go around these curves really nicely. There. Get that on there. Okay. Last section. Oh my gosh, my whole thing fell out. It's all unrolled. That's okay. Not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. Come on. Paper backing really likes to stick on it. I'll lift this one up out of the way. Sure that's as even as I can get it. It's not. There we go. That's nicer. Looks good. All right, I'm going to trim this. This is where it gets a little tricky because I'm not going to do it the way that you're supposed to do it because I'm anxious to get this done. If I were making this for someone, I would do it the way you're supposed to do it. But it's for me, it's a tester bag, and nobody is ever going to see it on the inside, on the bottom. And do not worry. Like I said, if I ever make a bag for you or you buy a bag from me, I do not have that same cavalier attitude. I am extremely focused in doing it correctly. So, on this one, I'm going to pull this down. Actually, I think I'm going to put this one down first. This one down. And then get just a little bit more tape. Where is my tape? Here it is. Ah, yes. Thank you, Mike. Please remember to do that. Just putting a little bit of tape right here to help keep that piece down. The top piece. So that's going to just hold it down like that. And then I'm going to tuck this under just a little bit and clip it. And the reason that I did it from this side is I did it backwards. That's okay. It's not a big deal. The reason I was doing it this way is because I was thinking if I was sewing, that would go like that, but I'm not sewing from this side. I'm sewing from this side. So I'm actually going to, no, I'm not going to flip that. It'll be fine. I was going to make it easier on myself, but it'll be fine. All right. There's that. I'm actually going to put another clip there. Okay. We've got our binding clipped. I'm not putting more double-sided tape on this side, although you know what, that is the foamy side. That'd probably be smart to do. Yeah, let's do that. I'll just do it in sections. I won't do the whole thing, but I will do it into sections just to make sure it stays put. Go. Again with this tape backing. Goodness. The other one has tape backing too, but it pops up much easier. There we go. And it sticks better too. Alright. So that's going to be good. You know what? I'm going to be a rebel. I'm not doing the rest. I'll just do it on the big foamy straight side. Okay. Now, we will switch to the new and improved Jasper cam, which is now called the main cam because we switched them. That's okay. I'll keep remembering that. Here we go. I'm going to do it from this side. Start on the front that does not have so much foam and is where we did the, well, no, you can't see. It's where we put the, where we met the two ends. So I'm just going to that over and start right in here. And again, I'm gonna do the same thing with the with the regular seam allowance, but I'm going to there we go. And I'm gonna try to keep it just a scotch less than 3/8 because I don't want to get crazy pants like I did before and end up doing more than 3/8 in sections. But here we go. And we're just sewing this binding on. Oops. Gosh, going more again. Trying to overcompensate for the machine pulling because I wasn't holding the bag up. All right, here we go. I didn't pull it as tight as I could have around these corners, but it will still be really nice. Hold that down. Probably should have put tape all the way around, but that's okay. I'm just making it a little bit more difficult for myself, but it's fine. Here we go. Right, back to a tricky corner. Nope. I don't know if you can see, you can't see from this angle now, but I'm holding the top of the bag up and I'm using the stiletto to hold the front down so that it doesn't, so that the binding doesn't bunch up. But I'm holding it up so the whole the bag is actually pointing straight up right now since we're on a short curve. A little bit. Yeah, I think I still want to make some adjustments to this camera. I think I want it to come around the side and show from the front. I just think that would be a better shot. Get this thread tucked underneath. Yeah, so that when I say things like get this thread tucked underneath, you can see what I'm talking about. Okay, and we're coming up on the beginning. So I'm going to trim the threads from where we started. And I'm actually going to make sure that is down on the plate. That's good. Because I'm taking this clip out where they come together. So I'm going to hold it with a stiletto. I hope the other side is good. Stayed good, I should say. Okay, we're all the way around. There we go. Our bond. I'm still throwing clips on the floor. I'm trying to just put them back over here, but they're flying on the floor. Okay, let's get around to my mouse so we can flip cameras. All right, here is our binding. All those ugly seams that I did. All those ugly seams, well, not that I did, it was, how you put the bag together, but all those ugly seams. And now they're all covered and pretty. So this will be the very bottom of the bag. And the next step is to do the top trim. Now the top trim is, let's see, we have to do the, hey Evie, oh, no worries. No worries at all. I just got the binding done. So this is the binding that covered up all the ugly seam from the bag construction. So now it's all pretty. And it will be the inside of the bottom. Now it's time to do the top. Now the top is going to be different, obviously, because we don't have a top for it. It's just the binding. And yes, my needle broke. I put a fatter needle on it, which, speaking of which, I'm going to change out my needle right now before I forget, because I will. Because now that we're done with the bottom, I think I can go back down to a 16 for the top. So I'm going to do that real quick. And I know you don't see the camera, but you wouldn't be able to really see what I was doing right now anyway. So let's get a new 16 out. Oof, I'm getting close. Alexa, put size 16 needles on the Taz River list.
Looks like we're building something new. Want me to create a tower list for those size 16 needles?
I said Taz River list.
Got it.
Okay.
Those size 16 needles
Jeez.
are now on the Taz River list.
She's a riot. All right. Okay. And I just realized now all of YouTube land knows what our grocery list or our list is called. No, that's all right. Oh, that's not lining up. Hold on. Sorry guys, it's taking a little bit longer than I expected because the needle doesn't want to line up properly. Come on. Remember when I changed the needle earlier, I mentioned that that little curved bit, of the needle of the needle shaft needs to be to the right, and it's not wanting to do that. When I tightened the needle up, it moved toward the center more, and so now I'm trying to loosen the needle. There it goes, back in, and do not shift when I tighten you, please. Thank you. All right, just pop the thread back in here, and we can get started on the top piece. There we go. Okay, needle change complete. If I didn't do that then, I totally would have forgotten. It would have been a travesty. So, all better. Don't need Staple Monster anymore. I'm going to need clips, but I want them in the clip bowl. So there's that. Okay, and let me get, gosh, I'm just making a mess over here. Let me put all my pens back in my pen jar. Okay, now we got a little more room to work here. So, oh yeah, totally. Absolutely. If you could say something like a different name, that would be awesome. Of course, then I'd still probably think of something while I was live and be like, whatever your new name is, can you do this? And so everybody'd still know their name. That's all right. But she is very handy, especially when in times like that, when I notice that I'm running low on something and I can just tell her to put it on the list. I'm just trimming some little, some stray fibers that have come off the edge from a little bit of unraveling. Not much, just a little bit, but I wanted to get those off real quick. Oh yeah. Upstairs one in the kitchen, one of the, yeah, we've got quite a few. We've got the one in the kitchen's nice. It's got the screen. So that one's fun. Sorry, sip of water there. All right, now this is the top trim. And we are going to keep the bag inside out for now. In fact, I'm going to put the bag to the side for a minute. We're going to keep the bag inside out for now because remember earlier when I was sewing from the inside, we're going to top stitch this and I'm going to want to sew it from the inside because my prettier stitches are on top. So, oh yeah, I do need to set those up for you, Mike. Sorry. So getting my little labels. Okay, took the label off. So what we're going to do is we're going to fold this, and I don't need to iron this because it's so easy, but so easy to do. Yep, I want that to be the back side. So we are going to fold it in half, and then we're going to fold it in half again and again, just like I was explaining with the other piece had I used the other piece instead of the bind it and dyed. So we're just going to fold this in half long ways. And because it's wax canvas, I can just finger press it and it's so easy to do. I love it so much. Just gonna fold that. I'm just going to keep going all the way to the end. Yeah, I got into having She Who Shall Not Be Named. That's what we call her when we don't want her to pay attention. I got into that when having her when they had come out with the dots. They weren't doing the tall ones anymore. So we have the dots except for in the kitchen. We've got the, I think it's called the Show, the whatever one has the screen on it. Okay. All right, so now we've got our first press done. We're going to drag it back up here. And then we're going to fold it to the inside. And so we're going to open it back up a little bit and we're just going to fold to that center crease on both sides. Leaving a teeny tiny gap in the center because you don't want them to be fighting for, or you don't want it to make a really big center piece here. So I'm just going to keep going all the way down again. just gonna open that up a little bit. There we go. Do I have noise cancellation on? I hope I do. Yeah, I do. Okay. Somebody's building something outside. I hear a hammer. Okay. I'm just, again, folding to the center seam. Now, could I use binded and dyed on the top? Yeah, I could. But the widest binded and dyed that I can get is 1 1/4. And for the look of this bag, I do definitely want to stick with the waxed canvas for the top binding. Because it's like it's kind of the bag character kind of situation. So, and y'all, I can't even explain to you how much I am right now. I'm keeping from doing the happy dance because that bass is on. I'm so excited. Okay, got that. Now, hopefully I folded these straight. It's a little bit harder to tell if you're perfectly straight in wax canvas, but it should be fine. I think it'll turn out really nice. Okay, so I do have a little bit bigger a gap than I intended to, but that's all right. All right, so now we're just going to fold it back along that original line, and I'm going to get my other clips out because they won't, even though we love the marks, I don't want like little short straight marks. That would look weird. So I'm just going to, and I'm just doing this to hold it for later because we're just going to open it right back up here in a minute, but I want it to stay folded for now. Mike says, I have 2 live stream security webcams in the shop for perfect. Oh, yeah. Yeah. When I hear big thunks or something from the shop, I like to be able to jump on the camera and make sure he's not like bleeding out or something. So, okay, we're going to take now we've got to join the corners because this is obviously one piece and we're going to do this correctly so that it looks right. Like I said on the bottom, binding, I wasn't going to do it correctly because I was just trying to get it done and nobody's ever going to see it in the bottom and it's my bag, so I don't care. But this is how I would do it if it was your bag. And I'm going to do it on the top correctly because it needs to look right because it's going to be on the top. It's the very top seam. So what we're going to do is we are going to take this and pull it around like this, okay? And I'm doing this for a visual. I'm not, this is not like you have to do it exactly like this. I'm just doing this for a visual, okay? So you're going to pull it around. You want to make sure it's not kinked. That's one of the reasons that I wanted to put the clips on it, to make sure that it's not turned anywhere. It's super easy to tell it's not turned with the clips on it. We're going to open up the ends like this. And actually, I want to flip it over this way so the exterior is on the top. Okay, and I'm going to take this piece here and flip it with a 90-degree angle. I can take that clip off now because I know it's not twisted. And I'm going to line up the sides and the top with the sides and the top of the other one. And this one I am going to put clips on because you're not going to see the marks that these leave on the very inside. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's my bag. And so I can, do whatever you say. I'm not going to sing on the live. Nobody wants to hear that. Okay, so we're going to do that. And what we're going to do is we're going to take this clip off because we don't need it anymore on that side. I'm going to leave the other clips on just to keep its shape really nicely. But we're going to take this Open this up a little bit more here. I hope I'm doing this right. I always get confused when I'm doing this, so I hope I do it right. Here is the edge. Just putting a little mark where the edge is there. And I'm going to go across and just mark a line diagonally across. I hope this works. If it doesn't, I'm going to have to cut another piece. Evie, that's funny. Yes, he is actually, we're doing the same pattern for him. And since you asked that, I will show you. It's a different color, slightly different color interior. The lining is slightly different color. Ow, I just stabbed myself with the stiletto. It was sticking out from the edge of the table. It's a slightly different color lining and a darker brown waxed canvas, but it's this. It's so pretty. It's Middle Earth. It's so nice. And normally I don't do anything even close, remotely close to, any copywritten anything. But this technically is inspired, but it's also for Mike, so I'm not selling it. I'm fine. So there's that. It's going to be gorgeous. Okay. No, you did not choose dinosaurs. So now we're clipped here. I'm just going to sew along this line that I just made, this diagonal line. And I think I'm going to do that on, Birdie because it's pretty thin, these two layers. Actually, no, I'm not. I want the thread to match. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Let me just, after Mike set up my cameras for me better, just had to move one of the cables there. So there we go. Get lined up really nice here. Okay, so I'm just going to sew along this line. We're basically turning this long strip into a circle. That's essentially what we're doing. And we're trusting the pattern. We're trusting the pattern designer on the measurements. Because that's what you're supposed to do. You don't just go rogue like I do sometimes and get myself in trouble. Okay. Switch back over here. So now we have stitched that together. The underside, yep, okay, we're good. And then we can trim that off. So where's my rotary cutter? There it is. So I'm gonna pop this out at like, trim it down to like 3/8, I think, because that's close to the other things. All right. And then we can press that seam open. And since it's waxed canvas, we don't need to actually use an iron to do that. We can just literally press it open. And we're going to refold this in from the folds that we had before. And we have, when we are done, there we go. It's working with putty. I love it. When we're done, we have one continuous circle of a binding. That is a beautiful fabric. It's actually the same company that I got my print from which is Thunderbird Handcrafted. And fun fact, I don't know if she's still going or not, but she's actually live today as well. We're going to try to do a live together later this month. So that'll be super fun. Yeah, Mike, you can have that scrap of canvas. It's waxed canvas, hon. I don't know if what the laser's going to do to it, but you can try. Sure. All right. I am going to clip. Hold on. I want to check something because I know I want to use a magnetic snap on the top of this bag. So I want to look ahead real quick to see if there's something special I need to do. Exterior. Oh, okay. We're doing that. All right. The exterior trim. Okay. Wait, what? Don't sew it yet. Why am I not sewing it yet? Sorry, hold on. Okay. Yeah, so she's saying to do the magnetic snap after, like before you sew this on. Like you put it on, then you do the magnetic snap, and then you sew it on. I am going to mark it, but I'm not going to set it until after I've sewed it on. And that is because I don't want to have to work around the magnetic snap when I'm sewing this down. This is the top trim. So it's going to go, there's the top of the bag here. The outside is there. It's going to go around the top. So it's going to look like that on the top. And it's also going to fold over and it's going to open up and be on both sides. So to make the top look nice and pretty. So we're going to set that aside right now because she does say to mark where it's supposed to sit on both sides. Just so I'm going to do that real quick. I don't think it's necessary to go all the way around, but I do want to mark it most of the way around so that it stays as even as I can keep it. So I'm going to do that with that. It's kind of hard to see because this is really worn now. Let's see what else I can mark it with. Oh yeah, no problem. I will answer any questions you have that I have answers to. I'm just kind of doing it with the awl because the waxed canvas will show that marking pretty well. Although it is a little harder to see it now because the waxed canvas isn't quite as fresh. I've been beating it up as I've been working it, so it's already getting worn, which is the point. That's one of the reasons I absolutely love waxed canvas is the way it looks after it's been worn, but it does make marking it later on a little more difficult. That's all right. Okay, so we've got the marks there, and we're gonna, when we put the top binding on, we're gonna just cover these lines. So they won't be seen in the end, but it's just to make sure your lining or your binding is even all the way around. So that's why we're doing this. Oh, that showed up better on the back. Cool. I know you can't see it right now. I'm sorry. Here we go. All right, we've got it set on the canvas. Put the all away for now. So on these edges, I'm going to have to use something different. And you'll be able to see what I'm doing better in just a minute. I'm just getting the insides done first. I'm going to use silver won't come off, but it's gonna hide it. Oh, I still don't want to risk it. Worst case scenario, I can steam the red off, so I'm going to do it in red. Sorry, I'll have this all set in just a moment. The inside is just a little bit trickier to get. Okay. There's that. Come on, here we go. All right. Ah. Okay. And do the other side. I promise this will all make sense in a minute. Or in a couple minutes. Okay, so the inside is marked. So what I've been doing is all along the edge, all along the edges, I'm measuring out 7/8 of an inch. And that line is going to tell me where that top binding should go. Okay, so I'm marking 7/8 of an inch. We're going to cover this line, but it's there to make sure that I know where it should cover. And that will keep it even all the way around, well, theoretically, assuming I cut things right and marked things right. That's, pen didn't want it right there. Right here. Okay. And over here. Just go around 7/8. I'm just going to do the red here too. The reason I'm doing the red is because it's going to be covered, but even if it sneaks out even if something goes wrong and it kind of sneaks out, it should still be okay because this is a heat erasing marker, so I can just steam it and it should come right out. So 7/8, there it is. Flatten out these straps. Actually, I'll stick the straps in the bag because we don't want it in this part anyway. Make sure all this stuff is okay. All the straps are now done toward the bottom. Okay. It's hard enough getting over this hardware here. Straps are in the bottom, but we still have those connector straps at the top. So I'm still going to lift this with my hand a little bit to mark it. And one edge left, and then we can start putting it on. There we go. Whoa. What happened? Part of my pen cap came off. That's why it doesn't want to stay on, because the cap is falling apart. I'll have to mess with that later. Okay, so Jackie is thinking outside backwards and sideways, making my head hurt. Yeah, that's what we have to do. Although I feel that way making y'all do woodworking and stuff. So this is not. Where does she say to start this? Where does she start this? I think she starts it on the side. exterior top trim around to join on one of the side panels. Yep. All right, so we're going to start it on the side. It's right here. I'm going to take all these clips off for now. I'm going to go right back on it while it's on the bag, but I'm going to start it here, and we're just trying to smush it down onto that fabric so you can see all the raw edges are together on the inside. Fold, and we're going to get it down until it covers that line. We hope. Yeah, see, that one's not going to quite cover it, but that's okay because, again, I can steam it and it'll come right up. Make sure that's, yeah. Yep, that's no big deal. Okay. I'll roll it around to the back side. We're going to do the exact same thing. We're just going to mush that all the way up. Mush this fabric all the way up into that fold. Fold it over and make sure it covers that line or comes super duper close to it. Because the whole point is if I folded it correctly, the reason it's not covering it right here is because I didn't fold it correctly. Because if it's folded correctly, this thing should be 1 inch wide. And I either didn't fold it correctly or I didn't measure correctly. Because this is going to end up being 1 inch wide. And if I made my 7/8 inch line on the fabric, theoretically it would, it'd be fine. It'd cover it the whole way. But clearly I either measured wrong or I folded wrong. Either way, it's not a problem. So there's that. Get it. And I'm finding I want to open this as I go because I'm going to sandwich it in there and I want to see it. So get up in there really good. And she says that you can use double-sided tape for this. I could use double-sided tape, and I thought about it, but I'd have to use the leather tape because the regular tape just does not stick to the waxed canvas very well. And I just don't feel like fighting with leather tape right now, to be perfectly honest. Centered on the line. She wants, all right, hold on. I gotta see. Oh, that's why she says to put the magnetic snap on first and then sew it. All right, we're just going to clip this for now, and then we're going to go to the next step. Again, trust the pattern designer. Trust the pattern designer. Okay. All right, this is pretty good. Sorry, this is a bad angle. Just trying to get this corner, which is a little more difficult unless I stand it up. But I'll lay it back down in just a sec. Okay, here we go. So now what we've got is this side here. And hopefully it fits, it will fit. Okay, so one of the things about wax canvas is it stretches, like I mentioned. And this has stretched. So it is not actually going to fit. Oh, bugger. But that's okay, because all we need to do is measure how much it has stretched and cut that bit off. Here's this. Take that off. I'm going to want that a whole 1/2 inch, really. Do a 3/8. I'm a little nervous about half. All right, so all I'm going to do is open this back up over here on this side. I'm going to flatten it back out, and I'm going to sew inside this one to match what I think how much it's stretched. That's what I'm going to do. So here we go. I'm going to do it this way. Oh, that's not going to work. It's not going to work. Because I had to do the corners, I'm going to have to unstitch this, slide it up to pretend the corners match. How am I going to do this? All right, first thing I'm going to do is check the pattern measurement. Did this shrink, or did I do my stitches too big on the bag itself? What did I do? Where is this piece? F. Piece F. 38. All right. I'm going to fold this up again. Well, I'm still not going to be able to tell what it was because I cut part of it off. Oh boy. All right, hold on. Yeah. All right. So from here to here. All right, I've got my markings where I should measure. So it would be all right, 4. We're just going to add as we go here, right? 4 plus, oh, hang on. Oh, I didn't switch views. Dadgummit. Sorry about that. Okay, so I'm just opening this all the way up so that I can measure how long this stretched, because I'm hoping it was this stretched. So when it was flat, it was that long. So that's 4. We're going to take it down all the way down around here. Here is 18. Hold it there. 18. We're just going to cheat and say 20 because it's easier to add. So there's my 20. Pull it around. 20 plus, oh, we're a little short. All right, so we're at 20, where this is going to be 25. Well, that is not right at all. That can't be right. That's not right. 20. It's 30, because I can't add, y'all. 20 plus 15 is 35. For crying out loud. All right. Switch this back around. So that's 35, 38. Oh yeah, this stretched. Okay. So this is what we're going to do. I can fix this. I'm not even cutting a new piece. I'm going to fix it. No. Do I want to cut a new piece? Where is it? If I want to cut a new piece, I have to completely unroll Mike's. So I think I'm going to fix it. So Mike's is, they come on these fantastic rolls. They're like really long rolls. And I love it. I think I showed it in the first one, in the first live. But because of that, I rolled mine inside of Mike's because they only sent one roll, which, yeah, makes sense. But I'd have to completely unroll Mike's, and that's a lot of fabric, and it's heavy. So I'm just gonna fix it. Just gonna fix it. Actually, gotta get it started before I open it up and do that. There we go. Got it started. Note to self, check the length and how much this stretched before I make Mike's. Just got to remeasure it before I do it, and that'll be all good. Okay. I have seam ripped seams much bigger than this during this bag, so this is not terrible. Not the end of the world. Okay. A little teeny frustrating, but it's not terrible. Okay, I'm gonna measure. I'm gonna measure this. Here's my that. All right, I'm gonna mark it as I go so I can add. That's the right mark, right? Did I do that right? Yep. Okay. Wait. It marked twice. Come on. Come on, fabric. Okay, it's the closer one. I'm going to measure this one. Actually, I'm going to start measuring on the other side because it is longer at the other side. So, and I'll show you what I mean in a sec. Hang on. All right. So that's 36. So it was longer on this side, on the other side, and now it's longer on this side. So I'm measuring from there. It should be. It's really did not stretch a ton, but it stretched enough. So trust the pattern designer, but use fabric that doesn't stretch. Just trim that off. And this is the top. So it's going to go around like this. And this would be where it would go, I think. Or, yep. Yeah. Okay. This is where it would go if it had not stretched. So I'm just going to trim that off. It'd be easier to do it that way. Yep. Just like that. Oh. Where'd my rotary cutter go again? I had the rotary cutter. I cut off the edges. Oh, there it is. Okay. Going around to make sure it is not twisted. So, yeah, we're good. We're not twisted. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Right there. Okay. Do this again. Just gonna pop that out and do a little bit wider. Nope, no, I'm not. Okay. All right, this one should fit. It should. And if it doesn't, we're going to smush it until it does, to be perfectly honest, because I'm not redoing this again. Just not gonna. Okay. So, back to where we were, almost. We've got this, we're going to fold open. Like so. And that's the inside, so we're going to do all of our folds again, which our lines are already there. The fabric already wants to fold there, so that's fine. That's good. So just kind of fold it up like that. Turn it into a little fold. So one thing, again, great about wax canvas is that it just kind of goes back where you put it the first time, because it's like putty. So easy peasy. That's right. I can do it. I have the technology. The only reason that was super frustrating, because I actually kind of expected it, but the only reason that I was really frustrated with that is because I want to finish this bag. It's so pretty and I can't wait to see it done. And that just slowed me down. So anyway, all right. Let's try this one more time. Let's see how it goes. Yep, that's the back. This is the front. We're going to start on the side like so. Some clippy clips in the way. All right. We're just folding over like we did last time. I feel like this needs to go farther down. Yep, there we go. Yeah, that line had, I must have drawn that line wonky, because there is no way it was perfect at one end and like way off at the other. I just drew it wonky. Okay. Gotta get around that hardware there, because we do have, I'll show you in just a sec, we have the strap connector on the other side of that. You can see the rivet right here. At least you could if I could zoom in, but right here is where that strap connector is going to come up. So we just tuck that right behind the strap connector and keep on going. And I'm not pulling this as I go, so I'm trying not to stretch this top binding here, this top trim. Really trying not to stretch it. Get that really up in there. Okay, good. Open this up, make it easier on myself. All right, here's that part where I've got to make it hard for y'all to see, but I'm just getting this end, the short end, wrapped, and then I'll put it back down. Okay, now we're back to that front piece. Oh, that's better. I'm not sure we're perfect, but it's a whole lot better than it was. Yeah. Yeah, it's still, I could have gone another 1/8 of an inch or so, but I think we can finagle this. I think we can do it. We can make it work. Okay, yep, we made it work. Look at that. All right, cool. Now I've got to read something real quick because she did say something about the magnetic snap, which I absolutely want to use. And the reason, I'll show you why I want to use it when I'm done. But there is a very good reason why. So, she says, go all the way around, but do not sew it yet. Got it. Centered on the lining side of the top trim, front and back. So okay, so it needs to be here. Popping out. Oh, I see why she's doing it, because she wants to hide it on the front. She doesn't want that magnetic snap right there to show. But I don't know, I kind of want it to show. So what it's going to be like is the bag is this part is going to come over, over the top. And if you can imagine it, sorry, this is on the outside. This is the exterior, so it's going to be on the outside. This is the back of the exterior. This is the front of the exterior. It's going to come over, if you can just imagine it, like this, except the exterior part, right? So if it comes over like that and there's no snap, it can get unaligned like this. Like you can see it's not pulling. But if there's a snap, you can snap it and it will fold over really pretty, right? The question here is, do we want to see the rivet for the magnetic snap, or do we want to hide the rivet for the magnetic snap? I like rivets. I kind of think that I might want that. And it would also have a whole lot more for it to go through, a lot more, more fabric for it to go through. That's always a good thing. Yeah, I think I'm going to sew it on and then set the rivet, then set the magnetic snaps, because I kind of like the look of the rivet. So I'm going to do. So now, what we're going to do. Oh, you want to say hide it? Yeah, because I mean, all right, so we've got the 2 rivets here, right? Actually, let me get the picture so you can see it better. Get the front of the, so here's her pattern, okay? Get it nice and close. Wrong way. Okay, here you go. So you can see there's a rivet here and a rivet here. Those are the 2 that I showed you inside. And then there's another rivet down here at the pockets. And so this rivet would sit, I can't see the thing, right here along the top edge when it's folded over. You'd see it right there along the top edge. So it'd kind of be rivet, 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 rivet. Sound like I'm saying a rivet. And then a rivet down there. I don't think it would look bad. I really don't think it would look bad. I'm gonna do it, and then Mike, if you change your, if you want me to hide it on yours, we can. But I'm gonna do it. I like the look of rivets, so that's what I'm gonna do. Let me find my snaps. Here they are, and I need to get the press dies for them. Let me grab those. Just get those set up. There we go. All right, so. Since I'm going to show my rivets, it sounds naughty. Since I'm going to show my rivets, I'm going to go ahead and sew this down. I'm going to sew both sides of this at a 1/8 inch from the edge so that it's good and snug. I'm going to do this side first so I know that it's in there really good and it's set. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I was thinking, Evie. And it's, I mean, because I use these, the Cam Snaps rivets that that are set, like, they're just like, a pretty rivet. If I had fancy rivets, then that would be even better, but I don't. So, this will do. Let me get a sip of water. And oh my goodness, y'all, I am so stinking excited. This is like, look, we're almost there. Like, we're almost there. And I'm like shaky. I'm so excited. All right. I got to calm down because I got to sew a straight top stitch. There we go. All right. Get snips out of the way. Do not stab myself with stiletto. Okay, got to calm my nerves and just sew my top stitch. Now, see, this is what I was talking about earlier. So you can see that so much better now since Mike switched the angle of the camera, because I'm also doing this from the inside. I'm also doing this from the inside because I want the pretty stitch to be on the outside. So move those over. All right, let me make sure this is, I do not want to start, why am I doing that? I am not starting on that. I'm going to hide it on the side because I am going to double stitch this a little bit. Or not double stitch it, back stitch it, sorry. Make sure that's up in there real good. Okay, it is. Here we go. Oof, don't flop over, come on. You're being a brat, stop it. Okay. I think that looks good. You know what? That is not perfectly straight. I don't like this, but I tried to change the foot a while ago, and I kind of made it wonky, and it's never been perfectly even since then. But I can work with that. All right, I can still do it. I'm gonna do it. Here we go. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. doing a little bit of a back stitch. I am going to pull them through to the other side and tie them off. But I really wanted to get that a good, stable starting point. And I am going to be making sure along the entire way that this fabric is up inside the trim really nicely. So here we go. Okay, that's in there good. I can feel it up in there. That's perfect. Oh yeah, see that is why I'm gonna check it as I go, because that tried to just get one out of there. I'm gonna pull my cart over here. Now I have an outfeed table. I just pulled my rolling cart over. That's gonna help hold it up while I can do this. Okay. Make sure it's up in there real good. Okay. And I'm making sure that it's covering that line that I drew with the awl. Which it is. It should be. Yep, that's tucked up in there nicely. Okay. Just stay that way, please. Thank you. I'm going to pull the buckle out of the way. Pull this little buckle out of the way. Make sure we're covered up. Yep. See, as long as that line is covered up, I know that the fabric is pretty good up in there, but I still like to double check every so often. Nice color. Oh yeah, yeah. I do like the color with the tan. Oh, I know. That's. Oh, I'm so excited. I can't wait to flip this around. That's why I'm getting super excited, because I'm so close to being done. And after this, it's not just this. We still have a couple of little smaller things to finish off. You know, got to put the magnetic snap in. Got to put, finish off the straps, stuff like that. But we're super close. Okay, check this again. Nope, that's trying to pull down. So you just get up in there. That's better. There we go. I'm really excited to see how the color blocking worked, because I was that was like my big thing. I wanted the fabric like to be the showcase. So I'm hoping that worked out well. Let's put this on its back here. Now the other top stitch that I can do from, that I'll do from the edge is the reason I'm doing this one first is so that when I do the other one, it's much easier. It'll be much quicker. Because everything will already be held on and in place and whatnot. At that point, you're just putting in another stitch to make it match. Get that up against there. Okay. All right, I'm going to pull this thread to the back so it doesn't get in the way. Ooh, it's interesting how I did that. All right, I'm going to go ahead and tie it off as well since I'm here. I'll just trim that. All right. Okay. All right. That line is done. Let's pull that through to the inside. Tie it off. Yeah, let me get it closer where you can see somewhere there. It's better than nothing here. Oh dear, I missed some pieces. Shoot. Knew that was going to happen. I was hoping it wouldn't. Oh, I missed a whole section there. Good gravy. I have to go over that. All right, that's all right. The rest of it I got. There's just this one place. I don't know if you can see it, but there's this one place where I missed the underside. That's okay. What we're going to do is pull it down nice and snug. And it was on an end, so I'm not surprised, to be honest with you. It was on that last piece I just did. Coming around that last curve. All these are out of the way. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start, and I lost it about here. So I'm going to start, I'm going to put it in a hole that I already had. This one I am going to pull through completely. I'm not going to backstitch this, and that's because it's on the front part, or is that the front or the back? It's the front. So I don't want it to show. So I'm going to just sew in the same holes that I did before, and I am marking where I lost it so that I can make sure to pull that through really well. And I'm just going to go really slow through here and make sure I stay in line with my previous stitches. Okay, this is where I started losing it, so I'm going to smush it underneath on the back much better than the first time I had it. Okay, and I'm going to make sure that's good there. This is why she says to use double-sided tape. I have no doubt. All right, yeah, we're good there. All right, I'm just making sure now that I'm covering up the stitch line on the other side, because I know now if my stitch line is covered, that I already did, with the underneath piece, then the underneath piece will be caught this time. So that's what I'm doing when I raise it up to look. Oh, I think I'm getting a little bit off my original stitch line. I need to slide that back over just a touch. Yep, there we go. Okay. Still check that. Yep, okay, still good. Almost there. Okay, I'm also going to not backstitch there too. I'm just going to pull them through and tie them off. Now it does, where I had to restitch that, it does look like the stitching is thicker, which of course it is because there's 2 rows of stitching, or 2 lines of stitching instead of 1, but that's okay. It's better than, it's okay. It's pretty close. I don't think people will ever notice, really. I mean, I'll know it's there, which will kind of bug me, but I don't think anybody else would notice it. And I'll just, again, need to, that's why we do test bags, just make sure that did I make note of that we need to, that I need to check that bottom piece as I'm going. I'm just pulling these threads through while I'm sitting here, because the next thing we're going to do is the top part. So I want to get these threads tied off and out of the way. And I am pulling them to the outside as it is right now, but that's because the outside is the lining. So we want them to be tied off on the lining side so they're not as noticeable. Okay. I got actually. Have you counted how many hours it's taken? Yeah, no, it takes a lot. No, yours is not done yet, Mike. Oh my gosh. It takes a lot longer to do it on lives. And it's because, I guess I should say the sewing part is not longer, because I'd still be sewing. Although, yeah, it is longer because I stopped to read comments. I almost just stabbed myself with my doohickey again. But it does take longer, pausing to read the comments or whatever, worried about, camera angle, that kind of thing. But the biggest part is not being able to start when I want. Like if I like I set this at 10 o'clock this morning. If I was actually ready to sew at like 8:30 this morning, I could have just started if I wasn't filming. But I wanted you guys to see it, and I made a promise to myself that I would make this entire thing start to finish on the live. So I waited until 10, stuff like that. So while the stitching itself, the parts where I was stitching, wouldn't take any longer either way, the beginning to end took longer. So I think I'm at around 2, 4, 6, 12. I think before this one started, I was at around 14 hours. And I've been going since 10 this morning, so it's been almost 4 hours. But it's the first time I've made the bag, so I'm always slower the first time I make a bag. And B, I'm paying attention again to the filming part of it as well as the sewing. So yeah, it's not going to take me this long to make the next one. Oh yeah. That's all the time. Yeah. I'm talking. I pretty much explained just what y'all were talking about. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Evie. Yeah, this is, you say it's a confusing pattern. This is, when you buy a bag pattern in particular, the pattern designers are really, really good about, is it a beginner pattern? Is it a confident beginner pattern? Is it intermediate? Etc. This is rated as an advanced pattern. And that's why I thought, when I first started it, I was like, why did I sew an advanced pattern that I had not sewn before the first time I went live ever? That was kind of dumb. But it was also, I'm one of those that I jump in with both feet. I'm not, when I decide to do it, I'm doing it. So, confusing for us. Yes, not for, okay. Yeah. Right. Oh, Evie, honestly, you can't sew. Oh, thank you. Sewing, it's a skill. It's a skill that you learn just like woodworking or anything else. So I think anyone can learn to sew. So that's just my opinion. Take it or leave it. But let's get this last top stitch done. And again, I'm gonna set it with these two and then keep on going. And again, this one's gonna be a lot faster because I'm not having to take clips out. They're already taken out. I don't have to worry about fabric being up in there because we know it is. I don't have to worry about catching the other side because obviously it's the top, it's going to catch it. So it should be pretty quick. All I got to do is make sure I sew a straight line. That's it. Oh, it's starting to go over because I'm still holding it up. My little makeshift outfeed table's helping, but it's not perfect. Okay. And honestly, the hardest part of the whole bag I did this morning when I added the base. That's really, really a tough part of this bag. Sewing the inside was tough too with the laptop sleeve or the laptop pocket, but yeah. All right, I'm super close to being at the end, so I'm going to go ahead and pull this thread through just like I did the first time to get it out of the way. And it's not wanting to pull through. Come on. Come here. What is wrong with you? Oh, it's stitched down. That's why. So, when you have a stitched down thread that you want to pull to the other side, you just stick a needle in there. A hand sewing needle, thread it, if you can see. Good gravy. All right, thread it through and then pull it to the back. If it doesn't pull back, especially when you start your threads, you're actually sewing over it when you backstitch. That's the whole point, is to stabilize those threads and keep them where they need to be. But oh, you know what? I'm gonna run it under a thread too, because I pulled it right through the same hole. And if I tie it off, it might not have threads through it to hold it, and the knot could pull through. So I'm just gonna make sure it's got some threads through it, not a big deal. But anyway, so when you start a stitch line, you are stitching forward, stitching back, and then stitching forward again. So when you go back, you're catching that first part that you sewed, which is what I'm trying to pull through to tie off. So if you did a really good job and you backstitch right on your stitches, then it won't pull through because you did exactly what you're supposed to do with backstitch. So that's why I just use a needle to pull it through, and all done. Now when you're finishing the stitch, you're sewing forward, sewing backwards, and sewing forwards again. So that end piece is your forward piece, so that doesn't happen when you end the stitch. But when you start the stitch, it does. So let's finish this off. Get the needle down. The bag's getting in my way. I couldn't see very well. There we go. I'm just gonna go right to where it started. Okay. All right. And again, we're gonna pull that thread through. Ooh, and see, it's pulling through really easily now because it's that end stitch, not the beginning stitch. The stitches are still locked in. It just, the back stitching still works, but two, three, clip that, and switch back over to here. The first thing I'm going to do is singe my threads, because when you buy a bag, you don't want little threads sticking out here, there, and everywhere. So I'm going to come over here where I started and now you do not do this with cotton thread. I'm only able to do this because it is polyester synthetic thread. And I'm also going to do that on my bottom binding as soon as I find where I started and stopped. So I'm just going to do the same thing. I'm being real careful not to, set my house on fire or anything. But you don't want to burn. You can't do that with cotton thread. You can't do that with cotton fabric. It will catch on fire. Oh, yes, Mike, I'm really excited about the big reveal too. But we've got a few more steps here. The first of which is the magnet. We need to get this lined up just perfect to get the magnet lined up. So what we're going to do is find the center, and we're going to mark it. So we're going to find the center, and because these should be equidistant from the center, so I'm going to use that to kind of double check my centering as well. So remember, on the back side, if you were here earlier, this is the actual edge of the back, the outside of the zipper. This is the edge of the back. It is the outside of the exterior zipper. So we're going from here to here, not from here to here. It's not the fabric part, it's the fabric plus the zipper. So that's the first thing I'm gonna double check is those are solid. Yep, that's about 8. That's about, well, I'm not quite over there, am I? It's 3 1/8. This is, yeah, that's perfect. So now I know that I can just use my little ruler and go center of this rivet to center of this rivet, and it should be perfecto. So that's going to be 3, and oh, that is, I'm going to go from the outside of the rivets. Would that be easier? 2, 3, yeah, it would. So 3 1/8 plus a 16th. I think we're looking at right about here. There. Okay, so let me just measure that from the actual, actually, I can still use these. Measure that from the actual edge, 6 1/4. Here we have 6 1/8. So I actually want to scooch it over just a teensy more. 6 3/16. This is 6 3/16. Perfect. So we want this right here. And again, I'm just going to use my my handheld hole punch. And I'm going to punch all the way through. Actually, nah, not with a handheld one. That's a lot of fabric. I'm going to use this. I'm going to use Rosie. Look at her cut dies. Where are her cut dies? Did I put those away last time? I may have. Yep, I sure did. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to use the cut die because it's a lot of fabric for my hand that has been manhandling fabric all morning. So I want to take it easy kind of on myself here. So I'm going to line it up and look, make sure it's centered. Actually, I'm going to double check that because I'm measuring. Oh, I eyeballed that perfect. Exactly. 1/2 inch. All right, so from the side, that is perfect. From the back, both angles, we are perfect. So here we go. All right, got one hole punched. Now, what I'm going to do, to make this a little easier on myself, is I'm going to line this up so I know that it's centered. Like, what I'm doing is the back is a little bit bigger than the, this is the back. This is a little bit wider than the front, right? So I'm going to line up that to make sure it's centered. I'm going to put this down and then draw a dot on that top. So that's what I'm doing here. That is centered. Oh, no, that's not centered exactly. There we go. That looks good. And that is centered on that strap, and that's perfect. I can just mark it right here on the strap. I just wanted to make sure. So I'm going to take my pen, and this is, I want to be 3/8 in and 1/2 down. So bingo, right there. And pop this hole through. It's good on the front. It's good from the side. All right, oops. I think I'll let go of the thing, so I'm making sure it's been okay. Good. Hold it. Okay. Whew. That's a big hole. That's a big old hole. Okay. Take the cut dies out. And I am going to, I gotta poke some of this fabric out because it got stuck in the hole. But I'm gonna put a little bit of fray check in there. Particularly on this side. Well, both sides. Both sides have cotton fabric in this hole. So I'm gonna put a little fray check in there just to make sure that those cottony pieces don't unravel over time. So I'm just kind of putting some in there. It'll soak into the cotton inside. Okay. And I need a front of magnet. Oops, my tablet went to sleep. And okay, so I got the female side, the male side, and why is my tablet keep going to sleep? Stop. Literally just woke you up. Okay. So let's see how she says to do it. And I have my caps for both sides. They use the same cap, but you still have the different male and female, and you can't see that. Sorry, here you go. Better on the fabric. So you've got the male and the female sides, and the female side is magnetic. So those are the pieces that we have. Let's move that over here out of the way. And she says to put actually doesn't say specifically which to do on which side, so we can pick and do it ourselves however we want. So what I'm gonna do is let's think about this. When the back is folded over, it's gonna look like that, and I want that to be the male, I think. Yeah, I want this side to be the male. And then we'll put the cap on that. And we are doing the magnetic straps toward the inside because it's going to, you know, actually attach on the inside. So, okay, those are on. Let's get our dies, our presses. And first, I just happened to grab, what is that? Oily. That's weird. I grabbed the female one. Plop that in there and make sure this is lined up well. There we go. All right. That one's on. And flipping it around. And same with this one. We're just gonna plop it in there. That's loud.
I'm gonna interrupt you live real quick just so you can get a kick out of this.
Why? So close.
I know. My honey's handmade, the other YouTubers we know, trying to figure out how to assemble a seam ripper.
Oh, that's fantastic. That is great.
That's the only reason why I interrupted you.
That's hilarious. Woodworkers making a seam ripper, trying to figure out how it goes together. I love it. Okay, so got the magnet on. One step closer. Here we go. All right. Yep. Now we did not do the paracord to hold the zipper in place because I didn't want those. So we're good there. All we've got left is to turn it out and finish the straps. I'm so excited. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Oh, this is going to be a little bit of a fight, so I'm going to raise this up some. Okay. You probably won't be able to see me. Yeah, my head's cut off, but that's okay. All right. Oh, this foam. Wow. Okay. Come on. I'm trying to do this gently but firmly. All this foam is like pretty stiff in there, which is the whole point. This is not the hardest bag that I've ever had to turn out. I'll tell you that right now. Let's get the straps out of the way, because that can actually make it harder to turn out. Oh, I've had much harder bags to turn out. This was easy, comparatively speaking. So let's just push these ends out. There are little purse feet you see popping out there. Get those out. Push those out. Corners out really well. I do have some threads I'll need to trim up. Some of that canvas that so every once in a while you've got some little threads to clean up. That is to be expected. And these are from where the wax canvas kind of unraveled a little bit, which is, again, to be expected. So push that out really good. And I'm pushing on that binding that I sewed a little while ago, just so you know what's going on inside the bag here. Okay. And I want to kind of pinch this base up so it can hold its shape really well, again with the binding in there. I'm just going to kind of pinch that up. Flip it around. What? A wood tool? What are you talking about? I don't know. Okay, so there we go. There's that. Straps. And this is what it looks like. And here's that. This is what I was talking about with the magnetic snap. Now I can do that and it still sits nicely instead of getting all like green like that. Like weird. But we're not done yet. We're not done yet. I'm super excited, but we're not done yet. Straps. That's not going to be helpful at all, is it? Nope, it's not. So we're going to pull this up through the center. Oops, you can't see that. This up through the center. And then pull it down. Again, this is a ladder lock buckle, so that once you pull it in like this, you can pull on the back end and it will not come apart. So we've got that in there. And we're going to do the same thing here. Pull it up through the middle, pull it down through the bottom, and it's in correctly. We know because of that. And the last step is to finish off our strap ends. And to do that, I am just going to use a rivet. I'm just going to use a rivet. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to, I think I'm going to fold it over twice. So I'm going to make sure it's going the right way. And I'm going to just kind of fold it over. It doesn't really, you can eyeball it. And then fold it over one more time to make sure that raw edge is in there nicely. And then I'm going to hold that like that. Just going to clip that for now. Make sure it's all in the right edge. Yep, it's going folding toward the back. So we're good there. Oh, you can't see that because didn't change the camera back. There we go. Okay. So this one's folded properly. And then you'll see it, Mike. Hold on. And then we're going to eyeball this one. Make sure it's about even. That one's a little bit bigger. So I'll just fold it a little bit wider there. Is that about even? Yeah, it's about even. So I'm going to clip that. And then again, this, the heart thing on my phone is covering up half the message. So let me go over to the computer real quick. Let's see what you said. What did you say? Yes. Yes, I will show you the bag tag in a minute. But we got to do the last step. This is the last construction step, is finishing these off. So, going to, yeah, I think I am going to use this one, and I'm going to use this one for a specific reason. Now that you can see where the creases are in it, I'm going to unfold one all the way down, and I'm going to kind of center this pokey hole here. I'm just going to center it. I'm going to make one, because 3 layers of nylon is really hard to go through. So I'm going to do one here. And get that to pop through. And then I'm going to fold that over. It's about centered. And then go through that hole to the second layer. And pop that fabric out, those fibers. And then finally, I'm going to flip it one more time. And I'm going to keep one of these on it. Roll that up like that. And make sure the hole's about centered. It is. And actually this time I am going to use a pen, because this is when it gets super thick, and trying to do it is really hard. So I'm going to stick a pen down in there, in that hole. And hope I got it. Yep, I marked it. Cool, cool. Pop this one out. All right. Now we're going to do the same thing on the other side, and then I'm doing them like this because you want to melt these holes, because this nylon will unravel over time. And so I'm going to just melt them all at the same time. Come on. Ah, there we go. Holy moly, my hands are getting tired. Okay. Very, very tired. Hands getting very tired. I'm gonna cheat and use this. My hands are too tired for that. So let me get cutty bits back on here. Whew. All right. So I'm just gonna line up that. Oh, much better. Much, much better. And then fold this up. I'm still going to do the pen marking, just because it makes it easier, more accurate, whatnot. So, oh, I'm not in the camera. So I'm going to do the pen marking like that through those 2 holes that we already made. Open it up. There we go. That should be good for now. All right, now comes the fun part. Actually, I hate this part because I am terrified of fire. So I don't like fire very much. But a regular lighter would take forever to seal this hole. I'm gonna raise this up a little because I want it to be comfortable for me, but so you can see. So actually a little more to seal these holes. Heat, fire. I'm just gonna, I've got a like a jet lighter type deal. I'm just gonna very quickly, and sometimes they start to reseal. Where's my awl? There it is. You can just pop it through. Yeah. And then do it on the other side. And you want to do it really quick because it is legit melting this webbing. For obvious reasons, we don't want to over melt. So that's what we're doing. Make sure that hole doesn't melt closed. It does need a little bit more. Okay. Yep, that's good. And we'll do the other side the same way. Yeah, no doubt. This one needs a little more, I think. But it's really, really important that these don't fray. So, okay. So now we're going to get our rivets. Use these rivets. 1, 2. One, 2. I could have used like smaller rivets and done 2, but that's fine. Yeah, Mike, I have done that before. I think this one might need to do it. Sometimes what I do is I just like do it like this so it doesn't close, so it won't close. Stick the awl through the thing and then kind of heat it up around the awl and then turn it and it pops out pretty good. That's what I do when it's being a problem child. But these did okay. So I'm just going to flip it around again. See which side I want this on. And again, I'm gotta make sure the straps are good. They're all, because once this goes on, they're not coming off. So I can make sure that is all even. That's perfect. And I want the rivet on that to poke through that side. This is also lined up nice and straight. The rivet on, oh, this one's being, I spoke too soon. This one is being a bit of a problem child. There we go. Okay. Don't you what? Mess up my dad. I'm not messing up your dad's awl. Your dad's looking down going, girl, that's a good idea. Come on. You might get in there. Oh, and still being a problem child, so I'm going to just one last little bit right around the rivet. Pop the back on. Same thing on this side. Just going to fold it down onto the rivet, and again, that pulled it some, so I'm going to do a little melty around the rivet. Okay, 2 more rivet smushes and we're officially done. Oh, come on. Come on. There we go. Okay, here we go. It's centered nicely. Okay, that's good. Good. All right, we're done. We are done. And I will tell you right now that I will keep doing lives. I will keep doing other patterns on lives. I'm not going to do a pattern this big on a live for a while. That took some time. So here, let's raise it up. Oh, hey, there's my face. Okay. Raise it up a little bit more. Sorry. There we go. Okay. Thank you. What does a witch sewist frog say? Rivet? Is it rivet? I bet it's rivet. All right. Here is the inside with the front with the, we've got our zipper pockets that I need to actually finish going all the way in. There we go. All right. So now both of these front zipper pockets zip to the center to close. So we open them up. We've got two nice pockets there, both of them going all the way to the bottom. And then we've got two slip pockets behind it going all the way to the bottom. We've got two side pockets that are intended to be bottle pockets. Oops, get that up there. So I've got two of those. Oops, I've got two of those right there. On the back, we have a luggage sleeve, so we can put it on our the handle of a suitcase. And we also have this that allows us to get into our backpack from the side. And I'll show you why in a second. This allows us to put a laptop in there that is going to be nice and padded, so it's good. But the reason for that side zipper is because this, and these again are ladder lock buckles. I already finished these, that's why I'm not doing rivets. But they're tight. Okay, there we go. This is intended to look like this when you are wearing it. Uh-ohs. I might have to cut these off and do rivets because, I can't do rivets on these. Oh dear. Let me get my smushy tool out. That, my ladder lock buckles on the front are not wide enough for this to go through. That's unfortunate. So I am just really, really mooshing. There we go. All right. Oh, now I'm seeing why she said you can use rectangle rings. All right. I may have to finagle something with that, but these are supposed to have the ladder lock buckles, and it will not go in here. So I'm going to have to figure something out on that. But the reason that you have the, come on, get in there. All right, at least the back goes in. The reason you have this side zipper that allows you to get in, that's the laptop one. The side zipper to get into your bag is, theoretically, if you had something and you needed easy access to it, you could put it in here and just unzip it and grab it real quick. To keep from having to do, unlock these and like actually pull them out, because you have to pull that all the way through. Yeah, that's, I have thread on this one. Hold on please, honey. So yeah, I can try heating them. There's quite a few things I can try doing. So, and one of the things is finishing off this.
Oh, that isn't folded over.
There.
I thought that edge was the strap that didn't want to go through.
Uh-huh.
I thought you were saying it was like folded over like you did the backpack where you put the rivet through.
Uh-huh.
What I was asking is cut the edge off and just round it. Well, you can't do that with that because it's multiple layers of material right there. I
Yeah,
couldn't see that on the camera.
it's like the this top trim. It's folded in half and then folded in half again, and I can't take it off because it's not all the way in
It
here.
was like this material. And then
Right.
they folded it there.
Yeah,
That's what I was saying.
no.
Cut and just melt the edge.
Right. No, it's not like that. So
boy.
I'm gonna have to finagle something out, figure it out. That's why I was mushing it with
I
the.
have a vise.
Yeah, maybe we
I can
can.
put it in a vise and really clamp it down.
Yeah.
If it gets wet, will that change color?
If it gets wet, it shouldn't affect it at all because it's wax canvas.
That's
It's
wax canvas. Okay, oh, never mind.
So-
If it's regular cloth, I could get it wet and soften up the fibers.
no. But to answer Mike's question from before, here is our bag tag. Right there, Taz River Artisans. I don't think it's focusing on it very well, but
Hold on.
Taz River Artisans. Huh? Was it okay? That's delayed, honey. I can't. Yeah. So anyway, Taz River Artisans. That's our bag tag, and then on the inside.
Get out of your hair.
Okay, bye. And on the inside is this one. What does it say? Fiction because reality is overrated. That's what that one says. So, yeah, here she is. I'm gonna put it on so you can see what it looks like. I'm at least gonna put these through one side. Here we go. And I might be able to, honestly, I might be able to, like, trim the edge of this off where it won't fit in. Just make it a little thinner there somehow. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But here it is on with nothing in it, but, and I am, here we go. Oh, I didn't see the bag tag. Oh, yeah. There were two bag tags. Well, the one I actually call the bag tag is the one with our logo. But so here is it is on all the way. I think I can. There we go. And as you can see, it's long enough straps that it could fit someone much taller than me. I'm only 5'3". So there's that. And see, this is what I was talking about. As soon as I get used to it, I have to get used to it first, but there should be a zipper somewhere that, oh, it's at the top. Yeah, that's one of the reasons she used the paracord, is to pull it down, to lock it, and you can also pull it down. So this is it. Oh, yes, and this is why I make test bags. Yes, typically without him interrupting. This is very true. So there she is. I'm very excited. I'm very, very happy with it. Do have to figure out this little thing with the not going through the ladder lock bit, but we can figure that out. We can do it. Yeah, Evie, thanks. This is, again, I want to give a big shout out to Country Cow Designs, who allowed me to do to film making their pattern. So they're huge. Also, Sailrite, where this wax canvas came from. Thunderbird Handcrafted, where I got this print fabric. Oh, I haven't showed you the inside. But also Indo Love Creation is where I got the water resistant canvas on the inside. So here we have the inside. Under, let's see, this is really hard to do on here, but you can see, there we go. Toward the top underneath that bag tag are some slip pockets. So those are really handy to have there. And on the other side, I knock it down a little bit. On the other side that is a zipper pocket, but it's a mesh zipper pocket. So that's really nice. And yeah, that's it. That's the bag. I'm very excited. Look at this. I'm really glad I put this magnetic snap on. So there she is. Thanks for everybody who joined me. Thank you, Evie. I'm really excited that you got to see it too. I appreciate it. if anybody is watching or watching the replay and you liked this video, please like it. Please give it a thumbs up and subscribe if you're not already subscribed. That would really help us out. And yes, it is very spacious. This is very, very spacious. This is actually, we're making this to be a day bag. So, yeah, the rivets. I love the rivets. And it really is pretty. I like with it shown because it kind of just ties it all in, you know, with the rivet here and that one. And where go that one. So I really like it. Tied in. I think it'll be good. So, 20,000. Yeah, not quite that much, hon. I don't even know what I would price this bag at right now. I would say at this point anywhere between 200 and 400 probably. But I'd have to figure out how it would, you know, how long it actually takes me to make. Because if I'm making something for a custom order, I'm not going to, you know, take this long to make it. So I'm going to get used to making the bag and then it'll be faster. But I do charge for time as well as all the materials. So I'd have to add all that up and see what it was. So, Evie, no, it would have looked great without it too. Honestly, that center rivet, it would have been either way. I think it would have been great. I just really like rivets. So there we go. That's it. All right. Well, thank you so much. I am going to go get something to eat because I haven't eaten since breakfast. But I appreciate everybody who watched. Evie, thanks for sticking it out with me for so long because that was wild. That was a while. Let me move my cart back here so I don't need an outfeed table anymore. And I can get around to my, actually I can do it from here. There we go. So anyway, thanks a lot. I will mention again on Instagram when we go live or drop a video or whatever. We're just starting out with this, so I don't know how often it'll be. But oh yeah, thank you, Evie, and enjoy your day as well. Have a good one. See you next time.